What? Wrong screen.
What?
Not
We made a terrible mistake.
a terrible mistake, just a normal one.
Yeah.
I don't use
You've
the
met
screen
with a
so
terrible fate, haven't you?
How I wish I could do the Happy Mask Salesman's laugh.
It'd be fun.
It'll be fun.
But Haro!
Hello, everybody! Hi!
Welcome to the Edda stream.
Oh, Con, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the sub, the gift sub, or not the gift sub, the regular sub. Here, take this.
Of course, you nerd. What? What have you done? What the fuck? Are you head patting me? What? What is this black magic?
That's right, everybody. It's another 2-for-1 stream. Pat me, you pat the other fox too.
This is a war crime. I'm getting patted at a discounted price.
I am a criminal, Con.
I can't believe you've done this. Inconceivable.
Hello, Cerebral Cloud. Hi, Doobers. Hi, Gato Kaiser. How is everybody? Whoa.
Haro, it is spooky reading time.
Lana,
Well,
thank you for the head pat.
With purring.
With purring. You don't get to hear the purring. Hee hee hee.
Well, I can just hear.
Okay.
Hey.
I'll put on another flower.
Another. More.
Another flower. Moto.
Flower squared.
Moto. Okay. It is time for spooky reading. So
Yes, yes.
we have 2 things. We have a whole bunch of SCP stories to read, articles and items and whatnot. I think a lot of them were suggested by Cerebral Cloud.
Yes, yes, indeed.
And then after that, we have the whole internet at our disposal where we can find some creepypastas and stuff to read.
So if anyone in chat has ideas of what you'd like us to read, by all means, do give us some suggestions, because we love to spook you just a little bit tonight.
It's true. We want a little bit of an atmosphere here. And if we run out of things to read, we'll play a game.
Yeah. Currently, our idea is if we run out of thingamajigs to do, we'll play Don't Starve together for a bit.
Sure. And I will be introducing Con to the game, which is... It's not gonna go well, because I've only ever played it once. So we might die.
A newbie teaches a complete newbie.
It's like when your
Truly.
older brother would play a game for an hour, and then he'd be like, let me show you how this works.
And then it proceeds to not.
Sometimes I toss a random thing I wrote in there, but I couldn't think. I'm like, yo, if you write horror stories, that's awesome.
Oh, but you couldn't think of anything. I'm sorry, Nico. But yeah, if you ever think of thingamajigs, feel free to throw them, so we can do horrible acts with them.
We can commit violence. That's what we just
Violence most foul.
Follow through links you find with the initial SCP articles you read. I was gonna say, I asked before, I found a couple of SCP articles that are just like, you know, the containment protocols and stuff. I don't know if anyone suggested any like actual stories. You know what we should do? Hold on, can I find real quick? Here's one I just thought of that might be really good. Let's see. Oh my god. SCP is so good.
It is.
Okay. And this is good. If we ever run any interview logs, you and I can trade off, be the different interviewer bees.
That would be cool. We should do that.
We should do that. Okay, so now I have 3 that I can read. And obviously, if you want to like pass me any of them to read, because Con's got the list.
Of course, I got plenty. We'll do some trade-off bits, and maybe we can flop between certain paragraphs. On off.
Okay. So with that out of the way, let me turn off this because I have ambiance. Hold on.
We have that spooky mood settings. Oh wow. The rain and
Spooky.
thunder. And ooh, Dan Church bells, nice.
The fog descends.
Do you fear?
Goes over here.
Don't lose the cup. Silly fop.
Don't you fop me, you fop.
Thou starest.
Just announced instances.
Whom's differently.
Steven Savine.
Have you seen that terminal montage vid?
What Humstidiv? That thing?
Yeah, it's like the typing of the dead. It's typing of the dead.
I haven't.
I gotta show you that at some point.
Okay.
Oh no, Evangeline's biggest fear is this. Evangeline. You're sweet, you're kind, you're cute, and I hope you're having a lovely, lovely evening.
Hello, Evangeline. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I don't have the deep, smooth voice like Con, so I have to make people flutter in a different way.
Oh, it's okay. You're not immune either, Edda.
Okay, calm down.
Look, I haven't bullied you in a long while. I'm allowed to take a little nibble as a treat.
Humph.
Humph.
Humph. There's always the classic 682, 173, 96. That's true. 96 has a lot of material, actually.
Anya?
There's a lot about 96. How much SCP have you read, Con?
Not much. Like, I've heard about it quite a fair bit, but I haven't really participated in it all that much in terms of actual reading because, my ass, despite being the librarian, is illiterate as fuck.
Can't believe
I
Concon's
can't
illiterate.
focus long enough to read things.
You know
I
what?
have listened to the audio logs or something though.
What would have been a great idea is if I had, like, pictures to throw up onto the screen while we read each article, but I don't have that because I didn't think of it until now, so...
It's fine. Don't worry. They're here for the voice. It'll be fine. Your voice is lovely, and you're gonna do a fantastic job.
Because you two, I recommend diving into SCP content. It's the Volgan. I don't know them, but...
Oh, eventually you mean here were dragons?
Here beeth dragones.
Here
Okay.
there were dragons. It's actually a really sad one, but it's really well written. That one I remember going through. Okay, pardon me. What would you like to start with, Edda?
Let's see. I could do one that I personally really like. It's not like one of the big ones. It's very small, actually. But it's just like, it's one of the old school SCPs that's like just a spooky object that leaves a lot of questions. Because a
Sure,
lot of
go
the
for it.
horror is in the questions with some of these.
Oh, you know... Ah, fuck. Now I'm thinking... God, I know the name of it, but... It's the one where it, like, fucking incinerates you if you tell a lie.
Oh,
The Liar's Cradle.
Liar's Cradle. Okay. That's an SCP?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's
know-
quite a few of them that Alright, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
We'll get
Focus
to it.
on the one you got. And let me know how you want to do it in terms of the reading on and off.
Okay. We can probably just switch off based on, like, I'll do an article and then you'll do an article.
Sure. Fine by me.
Okay. You're gonna have to suffer through my coughing because I don't have a universal mute button.
Oh, you're fine, you're fine. I just tapped the top of my microphone, like...
Wait a second. What the fuck? Automod held a message for race, ethnicity, or religion. The offensive section is just the number 2316.
What?
Add permitted term to... Hold on. I was
What
about
is
to...
that?
I have to look that up.
Does that mean something?
If I search 2316, the only thing that comes up is the SCP articles.
That's fucking weird, okay.
You know what? Fuck it. Automod has spoken. We're gonna read that one too later.
Automod's afraid of it, which means it must be
Ooh,
spooky.
and it's a cognito hazard. That's gonna be
Oh,
fun.
there you go.
Ooh. Okay. Alright. Before we begin, how is the ambiance? Is the audio okay? Can you hear us? Can you hear the spooky rain and the church bells?
Is it too loud, or do you want it softer? Wait, that's the same thing. You know what I mean.
Too soft? Too loud? How we feeling? I assume if nobody says anything, then it's fine.
Does it creep into your ears in all the right ways?
What's our quiet, which is honestly fine. Okay, cool.
Alright.
Alright. Okay. Alright.
You have the floor, cousin.
Let's go. Item number SCP-513. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-513 is to be suspended in a 1 cubic meter block of gelatin and contained within a soundproofed, climate-controlled cell. The gelatin must be inspected daily for any degradation or loss of integrity. An emergency inspection will be carried out immediately following any earthquake, explosion, or sonic event grade 2 or higher. Personnel performing the inspection are to wear earplugs and active noise-canceling earmuffs at all times while inside SCP-513's cell. If the gelatin cube shows any signs of degradation, such as rips, tears, splits, liquefaction, or mold, SCP-513 is to be immediately removed and suspended within a replacement cube by a team of surgically deafened Class D personnel. No other personnel are to enter the cell during this procedure. Any sentient beings exposed to SCP-513 are to be monitored by at least 2 security personnel at all times. Under absolutely no circumstances may exposure victims be administered sedatives or allowed to fall unconscious. Any victim who does fall unconscious is to be terminated immediately. Class D personnel are to be terminated at the first site of mental degradation. All other exposure victims may be terminated at their request. If possible, SCP-513-1 is to be apprehended on site. Description: physically, SCP-513 is an unremarkable, rusty cowbell. No marks or engravings are visible on its surface due to the large amount of corrosion. Attempts to remove the rust chemically or mechanically have had no success. SCP-513 was recovered by Agent Redacted while carrying out Containment Reestablishment Procedure, MU, at Site Redacted. SCP-513's clapper was firmly held in place by several strips of duct tape. A single scrap of paper was found along with SCP-513. See Addendum. Any noise produced by SCP-513 immediately induces strong anxiety in all sentient beings who hear it, regardless of their previous mental status. Exposure victims report feelings of being watched by an unseen entity and present elevated heart rates and blood pressure. Roughly 1 hour after exposure victims begin to catch glimpses of SCP-513-1 when opening doors, walking past mirrors, turning their heads, or performing any other actions that result in a sudden change in visual perception. Upon being sighted, SCP-513-1 reportedly turns away and runs out of view before disappearing without a trace. Questioning of bystanders indicates that SCP-513-1 is invisible to those who have not been exposed to SCP-513. Sightings of SCP-513-1 reoccur every 14 to 237 minutes. This stalking behavior inevitably causes extreme sleep deprivation, as victims are frequently disturbed by SCP-513-1's presence in their quarters. Victims able to fall asleep before SCP-513-1's appearance report being physically assaulted by it. Upon the victim's awakening, SCP-513-1 flees as usual. See Experiment Log 513. This sleep deprivation, along with the mental stress caused by SCP-513-1's behavior, invariably induces paranoia, aggression, hypervigilance, and depression. All test cases but one have ended with the test subject's suicide. Descriptions of SCP-513-1's appearance are largely unreliable. Test subjects are unable to provide complete accounts of sightings due to their exhaustion, degraded mental health, and disruptive hypervigilance. However, all interrogations thus far indicate that SCP-513 is a tall, emaciated humanoid with abnormally large hands. Addendum. Text recovered from Site Redacted. You've seen it. Now he can hear you. You've touched it. Now he can see you. Never ring it. If you hear it, he can touch you.
That's not very buenos.
That's
I've
not good.
actually, I have heard of this one before, and I'm just like, man, because the story they used to originally describe it
Mhm.
is told from the lens of the person who actually discovered it in the first place in the barn, and it was a fucking terrible sight already because an investigator was the one who found it, a
Hmm.
private investigator from the police, because what they did, they found a farmer who had shot his wife and kids, and then blew his own brains out.
Yikes.
He was losing more and more sleep, becoming more hyperactive and vigilant over the last few days, and they thought he was just going crazy. He rang the bell.
Ooh. Yeah.
So it is logical to terminate those who are exposed to the bell's exposure. You are giving them a mercy.
I really love this one. It's such a simple one.
It's simple, but it's extremely effective.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I didn't do the thing we said we were gonna do, which is link in chat the story so that we can follow along. But we can do that for the next one. Okay. Would you like to go
What?
next?
Sure. Hold on. I've got a weird one.
Ooh.
I've got SCP-5999.
I promise you I've never read that one. That is a number beyond when I stopped really being active in SCP.
Yeah, it's item number null. Does anyone know this one?
Let
Alright,
me
well,
open it up and I'll link it in chat.
here. I will. Want me to send it to you?
Sure.
Alright.
599.
Here, there you go. It's got like some interesting formatting.
Let's see. Oh, this one is
Right?
interactive.
Yeah, right? It's weird. I like it though. A bit long, but interesting. Okay.
Do we want to access in reduced format?
I think that's what I did.
What does remote terminal do? Whoa.
I think they both do the same thing.
No, they don't.
They don't?
Whoa, this one. Someone worked hard on this.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, it opens and you see the candles, right?
Yeah.
No, yeah, doing the reduced format is the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Never mind. I'm stupid.
Reduced format is without the super fancy screen. Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing it with fancy. This is cool.
We're gonna go
Alright.
fancy. All right.
The above is instrumental to proper containment. Proceed. Pictured above is a series of 7 candles at different lengths, all burning. Item number, null. Object class, contained. Special containment procedures. The Department of Analytics has been tasked with the annual procurement of 7 civilians to witness Procedure Sevenfold. They are to be promptly delivered to Albright Manor on October 30th. Their biological profiles are to be submitted to the medical department no less than 3 weeks beforehand for analysis. Each witness must be sedated such that they are to awaken approximately midnight on October 31st. Procedure Sevenfold typically runs its course before sunrise. All entrances to the Albright Manor have been sealed, barred, and boarded up, with the sole exception of an underground shaft used to deposit each witness. It is concealed within the house's cellar. The chains remain taut. The Albright Manor has been fitted throughout with surveillance devices for personnel to witness Procedure Sevenfold through to completion. A command post situated off-site shall be staffed with no more than 1 containment specialist and 2 D-class personnel. They are to be given false containment procedures. The containment specialist will relay the events within the manor as they transpire and may be supplanted by Class D if the need arises. Per Ethics Committee mandate, personnel who survive the night are to be terminated via the introduction of sarin compounds into the outpost. On November 1st, a cleanup crew shall be dispatched to remove the remains of every witness, if indeed it is possible. If difficulties are experienced during retrieval, all bodies are to be considered in the possession of Albright Manor. It will be integrated into future events. Successfully retrieved corpses are to be incinerated in the crematorium behind the property. Noise-canceling headphones will be provided to personnel manning the incinerator. For the remainder of the year, personnel are to remain wary of any surfaces that contain the phrase, "This is where I died." Description: do not proceed. The picture now has 7 candles with 1 snuffed out. The shattered remains of Miss Jacqueline Holcroft are affected by the several disparate anomalies. The effects began at an unspecified time after her assault and murder at the hands of 6 unknown assailants on June 6th of 2006 and persist to this day. First-hand accounts of those affected by these anomalies suggest that the neutralization of the effects would occur should each part of Miss Holcroft be collected and laid to rest. Persons in the vicinity of any part of Miss Holcroft's remains, or who are privy to the nature of the crime relating to her death, may be subject to its effects. This entails visual hallucinations. Subjects uniformly report seeing a nude, disheveled woman with deep lacerations along her extremities. These wounds are consistent with those suffered by Miss Holcroft upon her dismemberment. Most often, the figure appears in one's peripheral, unmoving, clutching its midsection. It disappears when one attempts to look at them more closely. Auditory hallucinations. These consist primarily of unintelligible whispers and moans. On rare occasions, subjects can discern pleading and begging. In these cases, subjects are typically called for by name. 6 subjects have reported hearing an unfamiliar song, sung to the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." And finally, olfactory hallucinations, namely the scent of amniotic fluid. Effectuation by Miss Holcroft's remains persists until the subject's death. Typically, this is expedited via the development of secondary effects that manifest upon the biannual anniversary, 6 months, of the subject's exposure. Secondary effects include, but are not limited to, the discovery of body parts and organs, fingers, eyes, teeth, and hair will be found at random near the subject. They are usually found upon opening a drawer, lifting a toilet seat, and other concealed locations, such as under the subject's pillow or in their meals. All such objects disappear when unobserved. The insertion of filthy, nude women into all media depicting the subject, often obscured or in the distance. Analysis of clear depictions has been revealed that said woman is actually resembled amalgamations of Miss Holcroft's remains. Besides the wounds reflecting her dismemberment, there is a single, large, vertical gash beginning between her breasts and traveling down towards her genitalia. An irrational fear that the chains are weakening. Sleep paralysis. During such sections, subjects reported the presence of multiple shadowy figures which hold down and mutilate them. Unilaterally, before regaining full consciousness and control over their bodies, subjects claim to feel a searing pain in their gut as the removal of a vital component of their being. Important update. By tracking reports of anomalous activity and civilian deaths, all 206 bones of Miss Holcroft's body have been recovered. The remains have been interred in the Holcroft family plot in Cresh Glen. Upon the conclusion of funerary services, all attendants to the service suffered spontaneous disembowelment. Since this time, living subjects previously affected by Miss Holcroft's remains have reported cessation of anomalous phenomenon. However, each has proven to be sterile. Furthermore, 1 in 6 subjects with living offspring has reported the disappearance of one of their children. Despite our best efforts, none of these children have been recovered. It should be noted that this had no effect on Miss Holcroft's presence within the Albright Manor. Exploration. This one's really long. Do you want to switch off at this piece? All right. I leave exploration to you.
Okay. Exploration. Video log transcript. Locale. Crash Glen, Kansas. Population, approximately 3,125. Note: 5 members of Mobile Task Force Epsilon 5, Tentacle, were deployed into the town of Crash Glen following its subsumption by a thick fog and the seeming disappearance of all its inhabitants. The following is a record of the phenomena occurring within the town, as recorded by Joy Bates's E5 Echoes, Sioux Surveillance Camera. Begin log. Camera activates. E5 Echo is seated in the back seat of the task force's Humvee. Tentacle members perform a perfunctory mic check as they pull up the perimeter of the town. After 2 minutes of idle chatter, it is decided that they should proceed via vehicle. The chains in the road break easily beneath the Humvee's wheels. E5 Echo watches out the window as the surrounding forest gives way to a thick blanket of mist. Visibility drastically reduces, and E5 Bravo slows the vehicle to a crawl. After creeping for several meters through the fog, it is decided that exploration should occur on foot. E5 Bravo pulls to the side of the road. All passengers disembark. E5 Bravo kills the engine and follows suit. Very little can be discerned as E5 Echo looks around. A black sedan lay just north of their position. It is laying on its side perpendicular to the road, and the roof has been torn free. To the right sits an ivy-coated brick building behind a rusted chain-link fence. Nothing can be seen behind the sidewalk across the street from their position. The unit draws their firearms and form a defensive position beside the Humvee, while E5 Charlie employs imaging hardware. E5 Bravo teases E5 Delta after the latter complains of the silence within the once bustling town of their birth. E5 Alpha admonishes the siblings and calls for professionalism. The pair acquiesce. Both thermal imaging hardware and a modified SPAD visual asset are incapable of penetrating the fog beyond what can already be seen with the naked eye. E5 Alpha announces the decision to continue without visual aid due to the efficacy of natural sight and the needless burden of excess hardware. E5 Echo is called upon to investigate the wrecked vehicle. Her hand crosses the camera feed as she whispers a prayer. She sets off. The car can be heard to still be running as she approaches. Beneath the sound of the engine, an indiscernible country song is heard playing on the radio. Besides missing its roof, there is extensive damage to the driver's side rear, which is missing its door. There is a large amount of blood on both the dashboard and the now deflated passenger side airbag. As she closes in, the music becomes clearer. It's a Johnny Cash tune. The singing and guitar cease, and there is a bit of static as the musician quotes a Bible verse before the radio falls silent. Close inspection reveals that all seatbelts besides the tattered front passengers remain strapped in and locked, including the 4-point harness on the child's car seat situated behind the driver's chair. E5 Echo turns to relay her findings to the rest of the team. E5 Charlie is absent. E5 Echo makes an exclamation regarding his disappearance, causing alarm amongst the others. It is not noted by E5 Echo, but on the lower left of the feed, there can be seen a quasi-humanoid figure crouching beneath the Humvee. It skitters swiftly and silently backward and out of sight on 5 forelimbs. E5 Alpha calls for order. He rallies the team and takes point as the group travels down the street and into town. The 4 move in step, with E5 Echo guarding the rear, down the side of the road. The team is guarded by E5 Delta to cut through an alleyway. A low, bellowing sound trumpets from on high. The team emerges on the next street and past several buildings. There is a barber shop whose window is shattered. It is dark inside, save for the flickering of a single light near the back of the parlor that reveals signs of struggle. Next to this, a destroyed building smokes with the last embers of a raging fire. E5 Delta and E5 Bravo reminisce over the loss of this structure, which was purportedly their favorite pizzeria growing up. E5 Echo speaks over their conversation, questioning aloud the lack of bodies. E5 Bravo shoots back with a sarcastic response before the trio is silenced by Alpha, who hears something. A quiet bleating can be heard somewhere in the distance. As the group progresses, a squat figure can be seen enshrouded in the mist across the street. E5 Alpha advances with his weapon at the ready. They come upon a lamb, laying in the grass in the front yard of a 2-story home. The number 5 is painted on its fleece in blue paint. The animal bleats and cries and is clearly distressed by their presence. It shakily stands as if to flee, but quickly collapses. Dried blood spots the ground about the area it lays in. E5 Delta approaches the animal to tend to it and is mocked with feigned annoyance by her brother. She discovers that the lamb has had something small and metallic lodged into each of its hind hooves, causing it a great deal of pain and prohibiting escape. E5 Echo pans about their surroundings with her rifle at the ready, while E5 Delta kneels next to the creature, petting and comforting it. The fog holds naught beyond an abandoned pickup truck. She asks if it might be best to euthanize the lamb. At this, in the camera's peripheral, it can be seen convulsing violently from the neck up. E5 Delta is looking at her squad leader as this occurs, and is thus not immediately aware of the sudden threat to her person. E5 Echo turns with a start as E5 Bravo shouts to his sister, who sees the beast's behavior and recoils. She falls, scooting backward across the lawn. E5 Alpha has his weapon trained on the animal and fires. E5 Echo raises her weapon but does not have a clear shot over the retreating E5 Delta. Despite suffering extensive damage to its midsection and spilling its guts over the soft earth, the animal remains upright and continues to convulse and bleat and scream. Its screams quickly take on a human sound, which then devolves into the vocalizations made by bodies in the Albright Manor's crematorium. E5 Bravo reaches down to help his twin to her feet. She screams. E5 Bravo catches his sister as she falls back. Her feet seemed locked in place. E5 Echo lowers her weapon and rushes to E5 Delta's side. Looking down, a pair of thick, metal implements have risen through the soil, piercing both E5 Delta's feet. Each of the foreign objects has a thick, rounded head that would not allow them to pull her up off them. E5 Echo hurriedly explains this as she grips around the head of one of the objects and attempts to pry it upwards and out of her teammate. E5 Alpha continues to deliver concentrated fire into the entity as its screams grow in volume. Mirrored cries can be heard in the distance from multiple sources. E5 Bravo, cradling his sister, cries out an expletive. He draws his sidearm with a free hand and flails it about shakily at unseen foes. E5 Alpha reloads his weapon. E6 Echo looks up from her task. The entity is now an unrecognizable, bloodied husk. It rears up. Leathery wings unfurl from behind the creature. It beats its wings and begins to rise. As it does so, it can be seen that its hind legs are dug into the earth. E5 Echo shouts out reassuringly as she doubles her efforts to free her teammate. The metallic implements pull downward, severing the tip of E5 Echo's right index finger. The ground gives way as E5 Delta is pulled ankle-deep into the earth. E5 Bravo drops his weapon and seizes his sister under the arms as she is dragged knee-deep into the ground. E5 Echo tries to assist in pulling her free. As they struggle, the entity can be seen beating its wings furiously. It has raised itself a half-meter above ground. It's straining and pulling its grossly elongated hind legs, which remain embedded in the soil. E5 Delta is pulled waist deep. Bleeding can be heard all around the team. E5 Alpha orders the pair to abandon E5 Delta and requests covering fire. Short, concentrated bursts are fired by the squad leader into multiple areas at shadowy figures in the fog. E5 Delta screams and cries for help as she is pulled up to her chest, causing the pair to lose their grip around her torso. E5 Echo draws her sidearm, aims it at E5 Delta, and shouts her intention to decommission and spare the agent. E5 Bravo, who is now locked hand in hand with his sister, pulling with all his might, threatens E5 Echo with her life if she pulls the trigger. Several lambs become visible from within the fog. Each slowly limps towards the group. E5 Alpha again orders his subordinates to retreat as he defends them against the approaching threat. E5 Delta is pulled steadily deeper. Her head and arms remain just above the ground. E5 Echo requests permission to fire from E5 Alpha. E5 Bravo roars in defiance. There is a soft rumble as E5 Delta is rapidly dragged underground. Losing his grip, E5 Bravo is pulled forward and falls face first. As he screams and begins to dig at the ground, E5 Echo turns to see the entity rise higher and higher up off the ground, pulling its hind legs out of the earth. Its hooves, much like the beast's hind legs, are seen to be elongated. They glisten with a metallic sheen. As it rises, human feet can be seen being brought up, speared to the hooves. The nude form of E5 Delta is slowly unearthed. Her body is limp. E5 Bravo shouts a string of obscenities, retrieves his rifle, and opens fire. The beast shudders as it takes more damage. It flies unsteadily, carrying E5 Delta's body up and over the team. Its upper body becomes enshrouded in the mist. All that can be seen is E5 Delta's corpse, swaying as the beast carries it. It bleats, rocking its hooves backward before rapidly bringing them forward. It slams E5 Delta's body into a nearby telephone pole, where she is pinned by the feet. What remains of the entity, and the lambs now surrounding the team, dissipate into fog as the trumpets bellow again. Let me do a quick check to see how long this specific section is.
It's fucking girthy.
It's pretty girthy.
Apologies, I did not realize when I asked to
That's
switch
fine.
off that this one was so much longer than
You're
the
fine.
others.
I think I'm only like halfway through. Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine, so long as you're alright.
Okay. I like reading.
Yeah.
I've read 5 hours of Sherlock Holmes on this channel before.
This is definitely a banger, I will not deny, but holy shit.
This is some classic horror.
Yeah.
E5 Alpha radios command to deliver a sitrep and is given orders to continue their descent into town. E5 Echo is preoccupied with bandaging her finger. Against protest from E5 Alpha, E5 Bravo attempts to ascend the telephone pole to dislodge his sister's corpse. He fails in scaling the structure, and after 2 more attempts, heeds E5 Alpha's orders. The trio depart. They carefully trek through the neighborhood for the next 20 minutes, guided by E5 Bravo's direction. The final chaotic moments of the town become more apparent as they walk onwards. Multiple vehicular accidents dot the roads and lawns of the suburbs. Home and auto alarms ring out in the distance. Fog mixes with smoke from structure fires. Weeping is heard intermittently. No source is found. It is as the remaining members of Pentacle pass a wrought iron fence that E5 Alpha reports the stench of decay. E5 Bravo expresses concern. Though it cannot be seen from their position on the sidewalk beside the fence, E5 Bravo explains that they are passing by the town's elementary school. E5 Alpha swears. A human outline becomes visible ahead of the team, against the fence under the shade of a tree. It becomes clear as they approach that there are several such figures straddled to the fence under the shade of a weeping willow, whose branches extend over the fence from the school grounds. Each figure is seen to be naked and unmoving. The trio carefully keep their distance, leaving the sidewalk and circling into the street around the figures. There are 5 in total. Their bodies can be seen to be tied by the wrists to the fence and held upright. Each is in various states of decay, and their backsides are torn and bloodied with large gashes cutting across each corpse. The cause of death is speculated by E5 Echo to be from flagellation. The corpse in the center is noted to be fresher than those on either side of it, and the wounds on its back possess a different appearance than the others, inciting inquiry by the team. E5 Bravo walks toward it. He pulls out his canteen, opens it, and pours water over the body. Enough blood is washed away to reveal what remains of a tattoo on the body's upper back. It is the insignia of E5 Pentacle, identifying the corpse as the missing E5 Charlie. The lacerations can be seen to have been precisely struck in order to spell out a single phrase. "This is where I died." E5 Alpha forbids further action with the corpse. E5 Echo watches as E5 Bravo backs away from the bodies. As he turns to join his teammates, a thick, thorned vine descends from the bough of the willow tree. It quickly ensnares E5 Bravo around his cranium, drawing blood. E5 Bravo drops his canteen and attempts to wrest himself free, but he is pulled sharply upward and out of sight. Splintering bones can be heard over his screams. Both sounds are short-lived before the trumpets bellow again. Blood and viscera spill from the treetop. E5 Alpha grabs E5 Echo by the shoulder, and the pair retreat. The agents run down the street in the direction they came from. Bleeding and streaming can be heard in response to this, though the agents encounter no obstacles. Without the guidance of the twins, and due to environmental stressors, the agents make a wrong turn after several minutes. They carry along a side street which leads toward the town center against their knowledge. At the edge of their perception, on all sides, faces can be seen briefly in the fog. They coalesce for but a moment before losing all cohesion, appearing elsewhere. Distant weeping can again be heard. Sobbing becomes laughter. The faces in the mist leer unseen by the agents as they run. Cruel and mocking laughter grows in intensity as the pair progress. Something large stirs underneath, beginning to be free from its shackles. E5 Alpha howls with rage, brandishes his sidearm, and fires at nothing. E5 Echo pauses. She begs her squad leader to compose himself and soldier on. He is behaving erratically and refuses to listen to reason. She threatens to leave him behind, yet he does not comply. She runs off on her own. E5 Alpha's shouts and gunshots ring out for the next few minutes over the bleeding and the laughing and the weeping. The trumpets bellow again. All is silent. E5 Echo continues, cutting through a cul-de-sac and several properties before tripping over something embedded in the ground. She screams. Looking down, it can be seen that she's injured her leg and is bleeding. After a moment, she comes to a stand. Panning about, it becomes clear she has stumbled into a cemetery. She curses thrice under her breath, immediately apologizes, and says a quick prayer. She hobbles through the cemetery, occasionally using headstones for support. Before her, the outline of a church becomes visible. She circles the building, coming around to the front. The stairs are shakingly navigated, and she pushes open the front door, collapsing once within. There exists no fog within the structure. The entirety of its interior is able to be envisaged. E5 Echo looks about the church. Everything is in perfect order, in stark contrast to the chaos throughout the town proper. In taking in her surroundings, E5 Echo becomes fixated on the large cross behind the pulpit. The figure nailed to it is moving. She stands and closes distance. It is E5 Alpha. His fatigues and equipment are absent. A tunic is wrapped about his midsection. He coughs as E5 Echo approaches. Blood and nails are expelled from his mouth as he does so. As E5 Echo reaches out toward her squad leader, his eyes are open. There is a blinding light coming from them. There is a noise of thunder. The very foundation of the building shakes with this sound, and E5 Echo stumbles backward. She runs for the door as E5 Alpha bleats behind her. Now outside, E5 Echo looks about in a panic. She descends the stairs, rushing to get off the church's property. Rumbling can be heard behind her. Turning, she can see the nearest graves have collapsed. Hands and fingers grip the edges of the one closest to her. E5 Echo continues as fast as her injury will allow. She nears the street in front of the house of worship and falls to her knees. She tries to stand and finds she is unable. Heavy footsteps become audible. The earth quakes with each step. She cries and begs forgiveness. She begins to pray. Her prayers are interrupted and she lets out a wet, gurgling sound. She looks down, revealing a long, bladed instrument embedded in her side. The camera feed begins to raise up, up. The ground is lost beneath shroud of fog. There exists no point of reference within the fog to discern how high the agent is raised before she is turned about to face and behold a massive human figure. It brings her up to meet its gaze, though its eyes are enshrouded in shadow. Its bearded face is gaunt. The agent struggles as the entity brings her closer to its face. The level of proximity reveals the entirety of its countenance is comprised of countless human bodies, squirming up against one another. The false beast opens its maw. From the depths of its being, a rolling thunder can be heard. The trumpets bellow again. End log.
Jesus Christ.
That is some proper classic horror.
The second that they got separated, like, oh, they're dead.
Oh, they're dead.
Oh, they're gone.
And yeah, Chupa's right. Don't put siblings on the same task force.
The only thing I can imagine is they knew they were coming to this location. Like, okay, we should send these two because they actually have knowledge of the area. In which case, I kind of get it. But generally, yeah, not a good
Do you need more than one person who knows the area, though?
True.
Doesn't bringing two just kind of mean that you're acknowledging one of them's gonna die?
They're an SCP task force. They exist knowing that they're going to die.
Cool. Makram, thank you for chocolate. I deserve it.
Yes. You did such a good job reading that section.
Thank you.
All right. Interview. The candles, now 4 stay lit, 3 are snuffed. Exorcism Attempt 4. Date, 14th of April, 2004. Present, Dr. Peter McNeil, Department of Demonology, Psychology Division. Agent Savannah Grace, Mobile Task Force, MU-13, aka Ghostbusters, Purification Specialist. Background. During the course of Operation Four Monarchs, the details of which are classified Level 4, Agent Grace was exposed to a demonic entity and suffered possession. It has since been determined this accident was due to the failure of the chains to hold what lies beneath. Agent was subsequently taken to the Department of Demonology for exorcism, but initial attempts failed at expulsion. Dr. Peter McNeil, specialist in exorcism via demonic psychology, was authorized to meet with a possessed alone to attempt exorcism via coercion or intimidation. Recording commences.
So, Con.
Yeah, you want to switch off here with the...
Yeah. It's perfect because there's an interview with 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
So, you want to be the doctor?
I can be the doctor.
Okay.
All right. Hello, Agent Grace. You've been fairly quiet since the last attempt. I know you can still hear me. Heads up.
Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane.
You are to surrender and vacate this vessel.
Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Matthew, J. Fuck.
You repeat those names in a feat of resistance, but you know it was your own actions that led to their deaths. It was your fault. You must give them recompense. You must cease your struggle. Give in.
Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane, Jim, Connor, Marcus, Jane.
You are a putrid, violent creature. You eke out your existence on suffering of those you deem lesser, and yet you look at yourself now.
Connor. Mark. Jane? No. Oh God, please no.
You are locked deep in this facility. You know you cannot escape. You know that you will never achieve your goals, your desires, your hopes. You will die here, alone and rotting.
Die in the dark, live in the light. Die in the dark, live in the light. Live in the dark, die in the light. Live in the dark, die in the light.
You are at my mercy. You will experience hell for all time should I choose. You will give in. You will let go.
Dark, light, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, light, dark.
You are still resisting. You will be punished for that. Will you not rather flee to what refuge I deign to offer you?
Nema. Breathe.
Save your whole breath. You will not be aided. You will not be believed. You will not be reviled. Spare yourself the pain.
Nema rev na vrivrov yurog et na. Rewap et na mogdik et si et nit rof live morph si. Reviled tube not titant tet alt niton su dale na. Su sinagat sarpet ot isof evigrov. Du sat ses sapret ruosu. Evigrov na der biliad ruos yad sit nu evigne vea ni siti sarhatne. No inod bi liu yikt temak. Modnik yit iman yit ed de buala neva nitra ot yordafsrowo.
You. Is that really the Lord's Prayer backward? Are you truly so useless, so vile, so pathetic, and so utterly weak that you would resort to such a petty trick as your final defiance? You will fail.
Live morph su reviled tube not me tapet ot niton su dale.
If you are such a lover of the Lord that your nature and actions so disgrace, then perhaps you know this. Deuteronomy 4-4. But all of you who held fast to the... Finish it for me, dear.
Yit iman. Yit eb de wola.
What you're doing won't help you, ignorant fool. But all of you who held fast to the...
Nevai ditra alt retapruo.
You will finish the verse. But all of you who held fast to the...
Nema rev na. Rev ro.
You're slipping. But all of you who held fast to the...
The Lord your God are still alive today.
Good girl. See? I have taught you laws and decrees as...
The Lord my God commended me.
So that...
You may follow them in the land you are entering to take possession of it.
That's cool. Incident timeline. Ooh, this is another chunky one. 3 candles remain. What the fuck was that?
What is any of this?
Did you hear that?
No?
There was a noise. Oh, I don't like that. I think they did a bit. I think they played the part of the backwards speech on my speakers.
Concon's hearing things.
Don't do this to me right now.
I didn't hear it. Chat didn't hear it.
Yeah, because I'm the one who has the page open. You tab over to the next section of it and tell me if you hear it.
I don't hear nothing.
Oh, I don't like that.
Is it? Maybe it's underneath the ambient sounds I've got. I can't tell if it's playing something extra because it's not that much louder.
Okay. Incident timeline. The following is the recorded history of all anomalies phenomena relating to Prodigy Priest King since its release. Included are the research team's findings of events prior to the Foundation involvement, as gleamed through interviews, notable breakthroughs, and claims made by the game's fan community as tracked through Usenet, and phenomena observed by playtesters in a controlled Foundation environment. For ease of reference, subjects shall be color-coded according to the emphatic role ascribed to them by the anomaly. Profile, Alpha A, Theta, and Omega, which are red, blue, and green, respectively. Oh, this is a bunch of other ones where it's like multiple people talking.
Fucking.
Oh, it's just
It,
referring to the different. It's right.
it's
It
a
usually
time of
has.
it.
Okay. 29th of November, 1988. Axel Rothheimer, age 9, of Littleton, Canada, experiences feelings of numbness in his hands throughout school day. He is permitted to rest in the nurse's office for an hour and loses all sensation below the wrist by noon. X is checked out of school at 12:33 by his mother, where en route to the hospital, Axel's condition improves. The pair travels home, with Axel's mother attributing the condition to the previous night's extended play session. Todd Wilson, age 27, of Dallas, Texas, returns his copy of Prodigy Priest King to Abbage's where he purchased it. Mr. Wilson asserted that once entering the main location, Labyrinth, all audio cuts off, with the silence being punctuated by a prolonged, low rumble. A replacement copy was provided. D. Hammond, age 12, of Durand, New Hampshire, is spotted standing by the side of the road in front of her home in the pouring rain, fixated on the full moon. Her neighbor ushers her back towards her house and alerts her parents. November 30th, 1988. Ken Klein, age 18, of Colorado Springs, experiences an uncharacteristic, severe depressive episode and is only assuaged by the embrace of his father. Triplets, Marcus, Michael, and Matthew Cook, ages 15, are reported absent from school. They have locked themselves in their bedroom, where they have scrawled a top-down representation of a map to the game's main location, Labyrinth, on the walls. The phrase, "This is where I died," is carved into the corner of the room. December 1st, 1988. Mary Blevins, age 33, of Bristol, PA, destroys her son's copy of Prodigy Priest King, owing to the latter's single-minded preoccupation with playing it, to the point of soiling himself during play. At around 3 o'clock, she enters the basement to fetch the laundry and falls down the stairs. She suffers a fatal cervical fracture upon landing. Axel Rottmeyer is unable to get out of bed on account of full-body numbness. He is rushed to the emergency room. Leo Ramson, age 3, of Idabel, OK, seizes and becomes comatose while watching his elder sibling play Prodigy Priest King. He is hospitalized. Alt Bionardi's PPK news group is established on Usenet for pooling knowledge about the game. Several users express frustration about being unable to find the mirror, the jewel, or the sword. User 3 uploads several photographs of their computer screen showcasing a glitch of the ghoul enemy sprite, Entity A. This glitch makes the enemy appear much shorter compared to other sprites and gives it blackened skin with flecks of red. The Tre claims it can neither be killed nor interacted with, but may block access to crucial areas of the game, necessitating a reset. 6 other users claim they have experienced the same glitch. December 2nd, 1988. Gina Wilson arrives at her son Todd's home after he misses 2 days of work at the family shop. She is unable to open his bedroom door and hears a low, blaring, monotone chip tune on the other side. Police arrive at 2:33 and force their way through the barricaded door. They find the mattress propped against the windows and all lights shattered. The only remaining source of light is from the monitor displaying a game over screen. It does not respond to attempts to turn it off and must be unplugged. Todd is nowhere to be found. User J3 and Luck Picard uploads 4 image files to the PPK news group, revealing a hidden tunnel in the southeastern corner of the labyrinth. The path therein leads to a small, colorful room resembling a child's bedroom, which is anachronistic to the game's fantasy setting. In one image, Entity A stands in the corner, facing a wall. The jewel item, representing the prodigy, can be found on the nightstand. Bless you. December 3rd, 1988. Several users in the PPK news group that have obtained the jewel report report the presence of a new enemy, Entity B, encountered in the crypt portion of the game, which is not referenced in the game manual. The dark-robed humanoid flees from the player upon approach. Players find that Entity B can be attacked if cornered, and if killed, will collapse into a quivering heap on the ground. It regenerates after 3 seconds, which players exploit for easy EXP. Dee Hammond is found by her mother sitting in the fetal position in the corner of her bedroom, crying and shaking. Twins Sendell and Mandy Shields are discovered within their parents' basement. They are found reciting the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star incessantly. The lyrics are wrong. Ray Gonzalez, age 24, of Brunswick, New Jersey, is found by the police in his home. He's been bludgeoned to death. His eyes, hands, and genitals have been violently removed pre-mortem, and a 1/4-meter rod is found inserted into his anal cavity. Bryce Stephenson, age 6, is rescued from the basement. December 4th, 1988. User Triceratop begins a subthread to the PPK news group to discuss their experience with the game, saying that the ghost enemies are vocalizing her name as opposed to the default sound bites. Most users respond with skepticism, with one exception, Triple H, who claims to experience the same issue. The parents of Marcus Michael and Matthew Cook invite Father Emmett Clark to their home for counsel regarding their son's erratic behavior. When the priest enters their bedroom alongside the boy's father, Stephen Cook, data expunged. Mrs. Cook calls 911, is intercepted, and a mobile task force, Trifling Black, arrives within 10 minutes. They are able to discreetly shift the mass into a mobile containment vehicle for study at Site-99. It spontaneously combusts once placed in the examination table. Father Clark and Mr. Cook survive for several minutes afterward, before the formula expires due to cranial trauma. Mr. Cook then grips the edge of the table and pulls, causing the mass to fall to the ground. It lands in such a way as to sever his cervical vertebrae, killing him instantly. A copy of Prodigy Priest King is extracted from the abdomen of either Michael or Matthew Cook. Ken Klein's speech is rendered near incomprehensible outside of simple phrases, and his motor functions have become impaired. A large tumor is discovered growing behind his parietal lobe. December 5th. Was that you sneeze then? I want to make sure I'm not going crazy with more sound bites. Okay, good. December 5th, 1988. Jeb Swiftwater, age 15, of New York, relates to his psychiatrist a reoccurring nightmare and accompanying sleep paralysis that he's been experiencing over the previous few nights, wherein he expires in a house fire. The user, Theric3 Denied, claims that he has had to restart his game as all text and dialogues have been replaced with the phrase, "This is where I died," inhibiting their ability to solve a puzzle in the cavern. User Trey is the first player to have reached the hedge maze. They claim that the music on this stage is bugged, as it is periodically interrupted by a loud snapping noise. Subject D999 retrieves the jewel item. The screen goes blank. Subject convulses and expires. Upon dissection, malformed organs, heart, left kidney, right lung, are discovered that are not a genetic match of the subject. Taking a brief sip. December 6th, 1988. Progress updates from the PPK newsgroup drop off considerably due to a product recall, but few members retain their copies of the game. User Triceratop is the second player to reach the hedge maze and uploads several images of an indiscernible object, Entity C, up in the night sky. User Trey obtains the sword, representing the king. They progress to the final area of the game, but do not communicate what this new area is. The remains of D. Hammond are discovered by Dr. Geffert. The body is preserved under a layer of hot ash. A Serplinsky triangle is charred into linoleum. Cries for help are heard from coming within a chest. Cries for help are heard coming from within a chest chamber. A doll is found within. It cries when disposed of. An audible snap is heard throughout Site-33. Researcher Amia, who has overseen the previous night's playtesting, is found to have hanged herself in her quarters. December 7th, 1988. I'm going to burp one. Pardon me. Operatives in Kansas arrive at the home of Sarah Whittaker. Use that handle Triceratop to retrieve the second-to-last copy of Prodigy Priest King in civilian possession. Agent Myers suffers third-degree burns on his hands trying to separate her from the monitor. Whittaker is terminated at the discretion of the team lead. Using information gleaned from the PPK news group, Subject D072 reaches the hedge maze. Researchers can corroborate claims of audio abnormalities and the presence of Entity C above the maze. This humanoid sprite can be seen to be hanged by the neck, with a rope extending up into the sky beyond what can be viewed by the player. D072 refuses to play any further. When prompted to answer why, he weeps and begs for forgiveness. Subject D856 acquires the mirror in his playthrough. Data expunged. Mobile Task Force See No Evil arrives on site 30 minutes later to restore order and isolate the creature. Sector 3 is subsequently evacuated and scuttled. No disciplinary action is taken against the researchers and guards involved due to their loss of agency. Several are treated for fractures in their metacarpal bones. Samples of the creature's seminal fluid are sent to Biosite 87 for study. The Ethics Committee issues a mandate prohibiting the use of test subjects with a history of sexual offense. 3 distinct character profiles are formulated for the affected persons, each correlating to a different range of anomalous effects. Twins Sendel and Mandy Shields are found dead. Broken chain links are scattered about the vicinity of the bodies. Subject D009 acquires the sword. He is now able to progress to the final level of the game, titled with a nonsensical assortment of characters and symbols. Sound-canceling headgear is required for research staff. December 8th, 1988. Subjects D072, D147, and D009, all 3 being of separate anomalous test groups, are found to be absent from their respective cells. Sloppy trails of blood and viscera lead across the ground in the direction of test chambers, terminating at the point where the floor meets the wall. Shattered glass, a class ring, and a shiv, respectively, are discovered in the remains. Axel Rottmeier is pronounced dead by Foundation clinicians following a grand mal seizure. Despite the lack of brain activity, his body twitches over the next half hour. It then stands, approaching the attendant doctor, and embraces him. User Tre makes a post detailing what they believe to be the dungeon holding the game's singular boss. Several screenshots are included depicting a darkened, winding staircase within a stone corridor. User Triceratop, Sarah Whittaker, responds to this, saying, "This is where I died." Ken Klein expires in Site-42's medical bay. Necrop's autopsy reveals the brain tumor to be developing in his brain. Oh, reveals the brain tumor to be developing, to be a developing brain.
That's so much worse.
That is so much worse. User Trey posts an update on their progress. They claim to have traveled the spiral staircase for 3 hours, and in spotting an irregularity in the inward-facing wall, found they are able to clip their avatar partially through the stone. A screenshot of their findings. Data expunged. All testing is subsequently aborted. Efforts are increased to find and identify this user before they can confront the anomaly. The chains have become too few in number to hold it. December 9th, 1988. Despite never having any form of contact with the anomaly, D126 begins to regurgitates shards of reflective glass and dies of blood loss. Leo Ramson shows the first signs of activity since he fell unconscious. He cries out, "Hot, too hot," as his body temperature rises above 38 degrees Celsius. He quickly expires. The Game Over soundbite plays over PA systems of 70 individual secure Foundation locations, as well as countless civilian institutions, recreation centers, and shopping districts nationwide. Several dozen ropes manifest over the primary test site. Site Director Swanson, Task Force Commander Sheridan, and Senior Researcher Ortega are hanged until dead upon attempting escape. The remaining senior staff is similarly killed as the ropes infiltrate the site through various means. Clerical and custodial staff are not targeted. User Trey makes his final post to the PPK newsgroup, consisting solely of the phrase, "I found where he died." Which, I like the idea that Trey has just gone through this entire thing, not encountering anything anomalous.
Just nothing happens to him.
And he fucking makes it to the end. He's just like, "Oh shit. I think this is where it all went wrong."
She's just like, "I found it."
And it just puts down the game like, I'm gonna leave this to... I don't know why all the other activity stopped in this thread, but if anyone's listening, this is your problem now. I 100% of the game. I'm good.
Yikers.
Definitely yikers.
Yikers.
Two
Okay.
candles for a name. You're up, us.
Also, Konkon, Umina Umi called us cute and have nice voices.
Whom? Steven Lee the fuck? Who did?
Umina Umi.
Umi, sweetheart, what are your pronouns? Load's gone, for no particular reason.
We're just curious.
I definitely don't have any nefarious plans in mind.
I'm also gonna employ my unparalleled pattern recognition skills, and presume that we have 3 more sections of this to go through.
Probably.
Because we got 3 candles left on the image. If this game happened today, it would be game inflicts extra organs upon gamer, but it was fine because the energy drinks destroyed the ones he had and he needed them. Yes.
Incredible.
Okay.
He was drinking too much Mountain Dew. It fucking killed whatever extra organs he got.
Goddamn Mountain Dew.
Alright.
I can read the next
You're
one
up,
if you
boss.
want.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it.
I'm definitely gonna need, I need to read the recap of this later.
Yeah, holy shit.
Or what the fuck is this about? Woo. I heard chains that time.
Yeah, okay, I'm not fucking crazy. They put a sound effect on the page and it freaked the fuck out of me.
Okay.
Alright,
Get
got it.
fucked, nerd.
Shut up.
Let me see. Oh, this is a testing log. Okay. Okay. Umi is she, her.
Ah, I see. Load's gone. Me. Hey, hey. Mm. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely evening. I just wanted to say, you're a very sweet girl. Keep on doing your best.
Alright.
Go ahead.
Alrighty. 3 candles. Yeah, there were 7 candles at the start. We're now on the last couple.
Yeah. This was such a long one, but holy shit, it's good.
This is classic. Okay. We're on a testing log. Classic testing log. But, okay. Big stretch. Okay. Procedure. Initial intake examination to determine the presence of anomalous phenomena. The doll is seated on a chair within the test chamber. D002 introduced into the environment and instructed to remain still. Description. Temperature within the chamber drops by 2 degrees Celsius. The doll plays a rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, albeit composed of different lyrics. Twin kill, little stars, robbed of wonder, torn and scarred, rest above the world so high, 2 souls flit about the night. Twin kill, little stars, justice is not very far. Despite the lack of any mechanical components, the object's eyes track D002 as he backs away from it and into a corner. Results. Subject suffered from heart palpitations on account of stress induced by the interaction. Attending medical personnel report a mild unease from viewing him, the reasoning for which was found to be ineffable. Procedure. Standard test to determine potential sapience. The doll is seated on a chair within the chamber. D002 is again introduced. He is instructed to attempt a dialogue with the item. Description. After D002 greets the doll, it responds in kind, calling D002 by his birth name. D002 immediately requests recess. The item giggles until D002 is extracted from the chamber. Results. Subject's vitals found to be nominal. His eyes were noted to be particularly glassy and dry. Subject reported that he had trouble blinking. Procedure. Intent is to determine the identity of the item and discern how long until the chains fail to hold. D002 reintroduced into the chamber, equipped with a questionnaire. Description. Item identifies itself as Cindy. Item refuses to elaborate on its intent or purpose. Instead, the item recounts the crime which led to D002's incarceration. Faint screaming begins to emanate from within the chamber with no identifiable source, steadily growing in volume as the doll elaborates. The screaming suddenly stops. It then requests that D002 plays with it. D002 does not acquiesce. The doll then questions him regarding Jacqueline Holcroft. He becomes adamant that he be released from the chamber. Results. Personnel report an implacable feeling of terror upon envisioning D002. A medical examination discovers a 2mm cyst on the subject's back. The doctor performing the examination is apprehensive towards lacerating it and is granted personal leave. Why? Procedure. Purpose of this test is to coerce more information from the item/the entity inhabiting it. A small table, 2 chairs, a toy tea set, and doilies are prepared for the interaction. Description. D002 sits across from the doll. He first pours her a cup of tea, then itself. As instructed, D002 begins the session by exchanging pleasantries. The pair speak of the weather and of their favorite teas. Several minutes into the conversation, D002 asks her how she came to be in her present situation. She merely states that she exists to fulfill a singular purpose, and stares pointedly at D002. She then begins an inane tangent regarding the events unfolding in Crash Glen. Test aborted. Results. Subject reported having trouble moving its digits. Volunteer personnel inspected its hands and found them both to have their musculature locked up and fixed in an open-handed grasping position. Furthermore, it became increasingly belligerent upon trying and failing to scratch at the cyst on its back, which had swollen considerably. The decision was made to lacerate it. Alongside a large volume of pus, the subject was found to have a thin, threaded filament hanging from the interior of the cyst. 20 millimeters were extracted before the filament caught and retracted back into D002's back, causing it to scream uncontrollably for its mother. Procedure. The item is introduced into the test chamber with instructions to bargain with Cindy for information. It is instructed to promise her Foundation support in fulfilling her mission in exchange for sharing knowledge on precisely what it entails. Description. The item is ushered into the chamber, having lost the use of its legs. Once the door is sealed, the item, with great trouble, recites the script prepared by personnel detailing the Foundation's intent and aid. Cindy blushes. She laughs at the item and stands from her seat. She approaches the item, staring it in the eyes, and tells it she already has everything she wants. She then requests the awaiting security personnel to open the door for her. They comply. Dr. Carter offers to give her a ride home, citing the worry her parents must be feeling, and apologizes profusely. Cindy is taken home to the Albright Manor. Results. And, difficult to convey, but it is a very heavily pixelated, rapidly becoming less pixelated picture of, I think, a female mannequin?
I believe it's implying that D002 got turned into a doll and she turned more and more human with each interaction.
Look, I have another one that we could read. Hold on.
Alright.
Let me see. This one would be a really good one if I can find the right one. Yes! Yeah. Okay, I got a good one for after this.
One candle remains.
Recovered evidence. Date. January 1st, 2001. Location. Yogi Bear's Jellystone Park, Quarryville, PA. Discoveries. One camper furnished for a family of 4 situating at the campsite. There is no accompanying vehicle. A malnourished border collie laying beside a camper became violent upon collection. A stick. One end skewers 2 marshmallows, the other is still smoldering in a fire pit. A rosary belonging to Savannah Grace.
A single chain, rusted and near useless.
3 bloodied fingernails, discovered by a small stone embedded in the soil. Claw marks are evident in the dirt for half a meter from the direction of the camper. The remains of several charred pieces of paper are within the fire pit. Burnt articles of clothing belonging to an adult male found hidden beneath the camper. Tire treads belonging to an unidentified pickup truck or SUV leading away from the area. Date. The 14th of December, 1988. Location. Abdi Residence, Calvert, Texas. Discoveries. A tattered woman's nightgown, caught in the bushes beneath a second-story window. Bare footprints, whose placement indicates a slow and steady gait, lead through the mud towards the street. Parallel pairs of slashes, rips, and tears in several pieces of furniture throughout the living room, which is in a state of disarray. An identical pair of marks are scratched in the wall leading from the bottom to the top of the staircase. A flashlight triggered in the on position. The lens is cracked and it has run out of batteries. 3 sleeping bags. The first is soiled with urine. The second is torn asunder with no remaining biological evidence besides a solitary strand of hair. The third is zipped closed around a mound originally thought to be one of the missing persons. Approximately 5 pounds of soil. Analysis is able to determine to have been sourced from Cresh Glen. A tire iron located at the bottom of the stairs adjacent to the living room and a pool of bile. The door to the master bedroom laying in the hallway. The hinges are warped and destroyed. The restroom within the master bedroom is locked from the inside. A single slip of paper is found to have been inserted beneath the door. It was meant to be read. Single child's toothbrush, its handle bloodied. Blood, viscera, and what is later determined to be intraocular fluid are found in the sink across from an open window. Oh, eye fluid. Intraocular, got it. The 11th of November, 2019. Location: cabin of renowned horror writer Earl Studenbeck in Netherlands. Discoveries: a single pair of boot prints in the snow, leading from the cabin and into the wilderness. The trail ends at a nearby country road. Victim's typewriter. The L key is missing. A several hundred-page manuscript atop a workstation, incinerated by investigators. A loaded handgun laying on the floor beside the victim's chair. A single round has been discharged. The final chapter. Spirals. Minute traces of blood, bone fragments, and cerebral matter in the vicinity of the workstation. A bundle of towels soaked in blood containing larger bone fragments, discovered among cleaning supplies hidden beneath the bathroom sink. Victim's trademark Hamburg hat was found to have been stolen. October 31st, 2018. The home of Hugh Davies, broadcasting location of horror podcast Witching Hour, Manchester, England. Discoveries: spotches of a warm, viscous fluid around a shattered basement window. A cloud of smoke, the lingering scent of burning hair and scorched flesh. A cell phone belonging to the guest vlogger contained a trigger. Several ounces of ash concentrated within countless handprints scattered about the floor of the basement studio. Orientation suggests a single point of origin. A newspaper article regarding the disappearance of identical twins, Sindel and Mancy, who were mentioned earlier in the video game piece. One digital camera that contained footage recorded immediately after the live stream was corrupted. Contents viewed without sound by sole operator, since euthanized. A wired lapel mic, its entire length covered in saliva. A desiccated husk of an inverted human epidermis. The oral cavity is grossly expanded. Data expunged. Data expunged. Data expunged. Location: Judith Montague Memorial Library, Ebbrook, Wales. Discoveries: shattered glass scattered about the south-facing bay window. Most fragments were stained with blood. Something small and defenseless originating from Joaquin Holcroft. Oh. 11 dead birds, various species. Cause of death determined to be from internal bleeding and bruising on the brain of collision, or from a collision with the structure. Heavy infestation by Muscula domestica, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Library cards belonging to the 6 victims. indicated book club membership. 5 books found throughout the reading area, rotten beyond identification, and each found to contain genetic material from their respective reader. Low, droning noise emanating throughout the area, a hymn in an unknown language. A trail of words in a cursive script, written from an estimated 5 liters of human blood. It begins from the shadowed bay window and follows a route towards the book depository across the street. One operative was lost. The 11th of August, 1914. Allied trenches near Solisson, France. A collapsible spade found at the bottom of a deep 11-meter shaft entrenched alongside the soldiers' held position. 3 dog tags. 2 are warped, identifying information has been scratched out. A single human eye found in the possession of a rat. A severely damaged copy of Prodigy Priest King. Spent munitions and empty rifles. The sweep of the area reveals that most rounds were fired into friendly territory. An unopened envelope containing an illegible letter, found in the mud beneath the duckboards. They will not be missed. 1 meter of barbed wire, caked in viscera. The uniform of one missing soldier is tangled within. 11 teeth belonging to the only identified soldier, found at the bottom of the pit, coated in soil. A tunnel, large enough for a grown man, extending from the bottom of the pit, continuing for some several hundred meters. It ends upon meeting a trench in enemy-occupied territory. Several more teeth found at irregular intervals within the tunnel. The 31st of December, 2011. Location: Taichi Kazu Residence. Discoveries: black, clouded water in all basins. Samples of the fluid revealed the particulates to be powdered bone mineral. Extensive water damage in the rooms beneath and adjacent to the laboratory. Copious amounts of 1 meter long, black human hair. The sound it makes when we burn each witness in the crematorium. 11 mirrors. 10 are in various rooms within the domicile, shattered. The last, a compact pocket mirror, is found untouched. All clothing and personal effects belonging to 6 of the 7 missing participants, neatly folded and arranged. 100 extinguished candles, gathered in the center of the living quarters. 100 extinguished candles, gathered in the center of the living quarters. Extinguished candles, 100, gathered in the center of the living quarters. 100 extinguished candles, gathered in the center of the quarters. 100 extinguished candles, gathered in the center of the quarters. Extinguished candles, 100, gathered in the center of the quarters. Extinguished candles, 100, gathered in the center of the quarters. Candles, extinguished, gathered, living. But please disregard all previous warnings. You may proceed within.
This better not jump scare me. If I can't be the only one jump scared on one of my streams. Chat has to go with me. I have to find some way.
Containment has been breached. Turn off your device. Containment has been breached. Turn off your device. Containment has been breached. Turn off your device.
So there's a face.
What do you see, cousin?
You see me taking off my headphones? Uh, there was... Okay, so there was a face that glitched out, and now it's just, like, stuck being glitched out.
Seven witnesses, over the course of many years. A candle for each, a chain for each, shattered, never to be made whole. Continue, burn, until there is naught but ash. Then she will be back, in the manor once more, to take back what those six took from her.
Oh, okay. Give me just a second. Hold on. My browser messed up that last page. Let me use a different one real quick.
It might be like that on purpose, though.
Well, I couldn't see the text that you were reading.
Oh, that's because I made it up.
That's really good. What the fuck? Gun?
Look, I was just taking the thematics of what we learned already. So I'm just like, alright, I'm just gonna give one last... Since that didn't feel like a good note to end on,
Boy.
I'm just like, here, I'm just gonna throw this together to bring it back together.
That sounded really good.
Glad.
I don't have an easy way to show you guys, like, the face that it showed us. Maybe you were reading along with us and you could see it.
I believe we linked it. Yeah, it's pinned in the section below.
That was just
So,
a full page, like, horrifying looking face. No, thank you.
I mean, think about it, Etta.
I don't want
Six
to.
of the victims' stuff was just neatly folded. Who
Jack-
do you think number 7 is?
I don't like that.
Were you not a witness to the chains being broken?
Oh,
Did you
I-
not see
I-
the text on the wall?
I plead ignorance.
This is where I died, Etta.
Stop it.
I may not be good at taking horror, but I like to think that I have a decent way about inflicting it upon others.
You're fucked up.
Keep that candle burning bright.
If you get closer, I see you.
Are you afraid what lurks in the shadows?
Anyway, we're moving on.
That was a really good one, though. Thank you for that suggestion, Cerebro. Holy shit. We spent
Mhm.
like a solid hour on that one alone.
That was easily like an hour and a half almost. I think it was an
Yeah.
hour.
Either way, it was fucking good.
Like that.
Alright. Yes, yes, yes.
What do I even follow that up with?
Honestly, I don't think we're gonna be able to beat that.
Oh. Okay. I like this one. This is just one that this is another one that, like, isn't really well known or, like, well liked, I think, but I just like it. Like it thematically. Because it's just another, like, inexplicable phenomenon, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the TV tropes on that one later to see. I'm not smart enough to piece that one together. Okay. I'll read one of mine. Oh, yeah. Item number SCP-1155. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1155 is currently contained in a disused parking lot adjacent to an abandoned shopping center in the Redacted City metropolitan area. The building is to be marked condemned, and access to both it and the car park should be restricted by Foundation personnel posing as security guards from the redacted front company. Civilians are to be deterred from entering the site and supplied with standard cover story 47, structural instability/sinkhole, if they inquire as to why. SCP-1155 must be kept under constant observation by motion tracking security cameras. If SCP-1155 is observed to vanish, Mobile Task Force Pi-1 City Slickers should be notified immediately. Personnel should not routinely attempt to view SCP-1155 directly. Observation must be conducted remotely. Whatever flat surface SCP-1155 is currently inhabiting should be obscured from view by any standard Class II enclosed mobile containment unit, or, in situations where this cannot be effected in a timely fashion, by obstructing it with a vehicle, storage container, or displaced rubble, provided that this can be done without damaging a 3-meter area around SCP-1155's image. Following Incident 1155-B, it has been observed that completely enclosing SCP-1155 has a tendency to hasten a relocation event. Revised procedures now recommend the evacuation of the immediate area surrounding SCP-1155 to the minimum distance necessary to prevent contact with the general public, unless SCP-1155 manifests the high visibility location or anywhere where preventing public egress is impossible. At the present time, SCP-1155 cannot be permanently contained by any known means. Approximately every 2 to 4 months, SCP-1155 has been observed to spontaneously relocate itself to other urban environments, moving as little as 15 meters from its current position up to a maximum observed distance of 800 kilometers. These relocation events can also be triggered by damage to the surface that SCP-115 adheres to, interruption of an attack, any attempt to reduce the size of SCP-1155's containment space to prevent visual contact. Therefore, current containment efforts are centered around swiftly ascertaining SCP-1155's new location and isolating it from public view. When such a relocation event occurs, Mobile Task Force Pi-1 should be immediately deployed alongside local assets to locate the new site as quickly as possible, re-implement containment procedures, and detain any witnesses. Survivors of attacks should be detained. Uninjured witnesses may be administered Class A amnestics and then released. Description: SCP-1155 manifests as a work of street art / graffiti depicting the form of a humanoid creature with sinewy forelimbs, claw-like hands, and the head and feathers of an owl. The depicted pose is variable, but tends towards a predatory stance, with eyes that appear to track the viewer. Anyone viewing this image directly will experience a compulsion to investigate it further. Victims describe a nervous fascination and a desire to move closer. This can be resisted with effort, especially if the subject is aware of SCP-1155's anomalous properties. If a subject approaches to within 2 meters and is not in the line of sight of another person, they will be subjected to a violent attack, suffering severe lacerations, dismemberment of extremities, whole or partial removal of soft body parts, and penetrating head trauma consistent with those that would be inflicted by a large beak and/or talons. The attack generally takes about 6 seconds to conclude, upon which both SCP-1155 and the victim will vanish, and SCP-1155 will reappear elsewhere in the usual manner of a relocation event within 7 days. Attacks can be halted before this event by re-establishing line of sight to the victim, but this is not recommended. See Record of Incident 1155-A. Attempts to track where the victims are taken by equipping test subjects with GPS locators have failed. Based on tested interruptions performed at predefined intervals, the attack follows a defined pattern. The victim will first be restrained, and the eyes and tongue will be removed, rapidly followed by the amputation of the hands and feet. The victim will then be disemboweled, and the intestines and stomach removed. Death usually follows due to shock or rapid exsanguination, but only if the attack is interrupted by visual contact. The fate of victims who disappear along with SCP-1155 at the conclusion of the attack is unknown. Addenda. Incident 1155A. 2 surviving Class D personnel used for attack interruption tests were given medical treatment and kept alive in the aftermath of the event. Both were incoherent and could not adequately communicate what had happened to them, though D89786, whose eyes were removed during the attack, claimed to still be able to see and provided as a description of a larder containing bodies of previous victims of SCP-1155, along with the entity itself. D89786 escaped from on-site quarters during a containment breach by SCP Redacted, and was pursued by local law enforcement in nearby Redacted, who were told he was a severely disturbed patient from a local mental hospital. Officer Redacted reports they saw the suspect walking into an alleyway, but before they could apprehend, a scream was heard, and when they rounded the corner, it was found that D89786 had disappeared. The alleyway was a dead end, with no visible exits. D89789, both eyes, tongue, hands, and feet removed before attack halted, was successfully transferred to Site Redacted. A period of rapid relocations was noted in SCP-1155, where it was observed in several public places with a posture that suggested hunting or tracking behavior. SCP-1155 appeared for several hours high up on the side of the Redacted building, in full view of many witnesses, who fortunately could not access it. In view of the difficulties of containment, Site Command made the decision to bring D89789 back into the city. SCP-1155 was observed to appear several times on walls, advertisement boards, and bridges along the transport vehicle's path. D89789 was observed to become increasingly agitated and hysterical during this process. D89789 was transferred to a remote location on the edge of city limits, placed in front of SCP-1155, whereupon visual contact was broken. SCP-1155 and D89789 were disappeared, and SCP-1155 resumed previous pattern of manageable relocation behavior. Incident 1155B. Elements of Mobile Task Force Pi-1 located SCP-1155 in abandoned subway section after most recent relocation event. Team Leader Redacted made the decision to obscure SCP-1155 with a vending machine until more containment resources arrived, on the basis that there were not enough task force members on site to guarantee a secure perimeter, and local transients were known to use the area for shelter. SCP-1155 immediately displaced to a nearby children's playground, causing Redacted casualties before it could again be located. Due to highly public nature of this location, decision was made at command level to again provoke a displacement event, resulting in the current containment location. Containment at the current location was expensive, requiring that an entire shopping center be acquired by the Foundation and then subsequently closed, but the revised containment procedures have resulted in the longest time since a relocation event to date. The last few containment locations may point to a disturbing trend. Previously, SCP-1155 seemed to have a pattern of appearing in low-traffic urban areas, often abandoned buildings or quiet underpasses. At risk of anthropomorphism, it appears to have become emboldened and will now readily appear in public spaces, which makes containment difficult. Over the objection of the containment team, leave the damn thing uncovered. Better we lose a few urban explorers or nosy kids every couple of years, rather than risk having it abduct more people before we can locate it each time. Dr. Redacted.
Yikes.
Do I know how to pick them or what?
You got some good taste with it.
And yes, thank you, Cerebral Cloud, for linking the article, because I forgot to, again, because I'm a professional streamer.
I do have one. Let's see. Alright, I got a Euclid and Undefined. Which do you want?
Whoa. I like Euclids.
Alright, this is SCP-3393.
Hold on.
I will. Do you mind if I throw it in chat?
Go ahead.
Alright, bada bing, bada boom.
A lot of
blam.
high number. I don't think I've ever personally gone past like 2300-ish. I think like 2317 is the highest I've ever gone.
Yee.
All right. Let's see what this one's about. Item SCP-3393. Object Class Euclid. Description: because of your ability to access this file and read this sentence, you are SCP-3393. There exist only 3 other individuals who can access this file, and memetic agents embedded in this document will display alternative text for these people. Very little is known about you due to your primary anomalous property. All information regarding you is unable to be viewed/remembered soon after it is created. This includes your appearance, past records, and other information. The only known way to counteract this effect is through the use of powerful memetic drug distributed to Director of Foundation's Amnemic Division 05 blank and Researcher Redacted. You have attained Level 4 security credentials. Attempts to remove this clearance from your account have failed, as the account itself cannot be located. It is unclear if this is a consequence of your anti-memetic? Yeah, anti-memetic properties, or a separate anomalous property. Despite your anti-memetic nature, the Foundation has been able to hypothesize a number of things that may describe you. Below is a list of all properties that have a 90% or higher confidence rating. Property: you are a corporeal entity. Evidence: personnel reported doors opening as well as equipment being moved on their own. Property: you are attracted to information about yourself. Evidence: you are currently reading this document. Other files, including experiment proposals and containment information, regarding you have been accessed without authorization as well. You seek out information about yourself in order to either delete it or make changes to it. Evidence: this file has undergone a number of unauthorized modifications, see Addendum 33931, and deletions. Your anti-memetic properties can be transferred. Researchers at Site-31 reported that files had gone missing from the database. An investigation led by Researcher Redacted revealed that this was not the case. The files had not been deleted or moved. Database metadata showed that you were the last person to access these files. You have a strong resistance to memetic agents. Attempts to utilize memetics against you have failed, see Addendum 3393-2. You were confined to Site-31. Phenomena that can be attributed to you have only occurred in Site-31, and have only occurred recently. It is also corroborated by the fact that all attempts to access this file have come from Site-31. Property: you are Dr. Mackey, or the result of Dr. Mackey's research. Evidence: see Discovery Log. Discovery Log: you were first discovered on the 13th of April 2018, when records designating Dr. Mackey were discovered by Site-31 personnel, although none remember that any such Dr. Mackey having worked there. It is currently believed that whatever event created you occurred on the 12th of April 2018, and resulted in the loss of all memory regarding Dr. Mackey and their research. It is currently unknown where these experiments took place, and any information regarding the experiment has been destroyed, most likely by you. Addendum 3393-1. Below is one of the modified versions of the file you produced. Item number: SCP-3393, Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Don't worry, I can handle this. Description: I wasn't supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to exist. At least not like this, but let me deal with it. This thing that I am is best kept away from all of you. Don't try to analyze me, or test me, or whatever. I don't want any of you to catch what I have. Just call me self-containing and we'll be good. Addendum 3393-2. Below is a list of attempts to contain you. Operation name, Site-31 sweep. Description: Site-31 was evacuated while MTF ETA-10, See No Evil, entered the facility and attempted to locate you. Notes: It was determined that your inability to perceive is not simply a cognitohazardous attribute. It is still unknown how you were able to evade ETA-10. However, it is hypothesized that you may have used undocumented areas of Site-31. A secondary search for such locations is still underway. Result: failure. Operation named Memetic Incapacitation. Description: Memetic agents were embedded in files detailing information about you that should immobilize sentient corporeal entities. Notes: After the file was accessed, the memetic agent was activated. This implies that you are an entity susceptible to memetic attacks. The file remained open for 10 minutes before it was deleted, which had sufficed as evidence for your memetic resistance. Subsequent sweeps of the facility did not locate you. Result: failure. Operation name, Bait the Hook. Description: See Special Containment Procedures. Notes: pending. Result: pending. It is believed that previous failures to contain you can be attributed to a breach of intelligence. During post-operation reviews, it was discovered that details for the Site-31 sweep and memetic incapacitation have been accessed by you before their execution. How you managed to consistently find and access these files is still under investigation. Special Containment Procedures. The following procedures documented here are for the benefit of Director of the Foundation's Anti-Memetic Division 05 and Researcher Blank. MTF ETA-10 personnel are to be positioned around Site-31 under the guise of normal Site-31 researchers. Access to this file is to be restricted to 5 selected terminals at Site-31. Should this file be accessed without notice 72 hours in advance, ETA-10 personnel are to block off all physical entrances to the room containing terminal accessing this file. The room is to be quarantined and repurposed as your containment cell. These containment procedures are to be written at the end of your file as to give ETA-10 personnel ample time to contain you before you understand what has transpired, thus reducing the possibility of your escape.
Whoa, I like that. That's cool.
The footnotes. What's in the footnotes? Just including experimental proposals and containment information.
So, there's a hyperlink in like the list of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That would, it's not quite a hyperlink, I guess, but it would direct you to the footnotes.
Ah.
It's really funny. May I recommend an article to share? Didn't you already do that? Aren't we going through your list? I mean, you certainly can. I have my own that I'm going to be reading. But...
Granted, while you read that one, I'm going to grab some ice cream.
Okay. Oh, I see how it is. Okay.
We're 2 hours in, is what I normally do. It's your turn anyway.
Okay. I'm going to eat a chocolate then. I give myself permission.
Oh, here, I'll do a chocolate redeem for you.
Okay, yeah. If like thinks you can just walk off and leave me with no ice cream, okay.
Do you want to share some?
Yeah.
Sweet. Do you like cookies and cream?
Yes.
Sweet. I'll share some.
Girl. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, chat. Everyone remember, put 1 in the chat if you think Ed is cute. Bye.
No, shut the fuck up. Stop. You fucking... You little bitch. I swear to god. On! This boy doesn't understand. He's in my territory. There's no idea I can counterattack. No! No! Time to get ready. Yeah, okay, fine. Alright, I'm not allowed to take a break. Okay. I really like this one. This is yet another one. I'm gonna keep saying this. This is also a bit higher than... No, it's okay. I'm joking. I'm goofing. Don't worry about it. This one is also higher than I thought I'd gone before, so I don't know how I came across this one. But it's another one that I really like. Excuse me. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a hostile, anomalous alien superstructure capable of causing an SK-class barren Earth end-of-the-world event, and is Level 5, 2399 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Here you go. Item number 2399. Level 5, top secret. Containment class, Eater. Disruption class, Amida. Risk class, Danger. Special containment procedures. Due to SCP-2399's location and nature, physical means of containment are currently impossible. It shows a picture of the Great Red Spot on Jupiter. Implanted Foundation agents in major observatories are to contain footage or images of SCP-2399. An ongoing misinformation campaign is in effect, which has thus far been able to completely suppress any knowledge pertaining to SCP-2399 from public awareness. Foundation satellites in orbit around Jupiter are to maintain constant vigilance of SCP-2399's reconstruction efforts, and make all attempts to hinder that process should SCP-2399 reach a minimum of 75% completion. Additionally, a perimeter of long-range electromagnetic jamming satellites, barrier array, has been situated in high Jupiter orbit. Any transmissions intercepted by this array are to be summarily decoded and logged. Oh, okay, yeah. I updated it in the chat, but I didn't update it on the stream. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. In the event of SCP-2399 surpassing 75% completion, or an information breach in the jamming perimeter, necessary Foundation personnel will be engaged. Necessary Foundation personnel will engage Protocol Legionnaire 5. See Addendum 2399L5. Given its completion by that time. Description: SCP-2399 is a massive, complex mechanical structure currently located in Jupiter's lower atmosphere. Since its visual discovery in 1963, SCP-2399 has been observed to use highly advanced antimatter-based weaponry to create spatial disruptions and devastating atmospheric data expunged, observable as a large red vortex, commonly known as the Great Red Spot. SCP-2399 appears to be damaged, possibly due to an impact with the Moon, Io, before coming to rest in its current position. SCP-2399 has been observed releasing a multitude of small octopoid repair drones in efforts to repair the damage it has taken. Some of these drones will remain near SCP-2399, while others will patrol nearby moons or deeper into the gases of Jupiter itself, in search of parts that SCP-2399 is missing. Computer models estimate that SCP-2399 is at 59% completion, with a current rate of 0.78% annually. This rate has increased from an estimated 0.12% in 1970. Despite its damaged state, SCP-2399 seems to possess a limitless power supply, advanced electromagnetic shielding, matter-disrupting weaponry, the ability to repair damage done to itself, and a precise tracking and targeting system. See Addendum 2399-2B. Due to the large difference in technological advancement between the creator of SCP-2399 and our own, for all intents and purposes, SCP-2399 is currently indestructible by human means. In theory, SCP-2399 might be left vulnerable by a powerful enough electromagnetic pulse. Unfortunately, this technology does not yet exist. Since 1971, SCP-2399 has been the recipient of an unending stream of electromagnetic-based communications originating in the Triangulum Galaxy, roughly 300 million light-years from Earth, The means of SCP-2399's travel to our solar system, and the means of its communications, are all unknown. From 1971 to 1985, SCP-2399 continuously received a single encoded message which, through code breaking and translation efforts, appeared to be a command to repair the damage it incurred upon entering our solar system. After this time, the barrier array was established to intercept these messages. This coincided with a period of radio silence from the origin of the communications until 1996, when a different order began transmitting. The barrier array thus far has prevented SCP-2399 from receiving this command. See Addendum 2399, Comlog. SCP-2399 Discovery Notes. SCP-2399 was originally observed, albeit unknowingly, by Giovanni Cassini in 1665. The following is taken directly from Cassini's journal on the event, translated from Italian to English. 8/10/1665. I have observed something extraordinary in the heavens. Last night, as I gazed through my looking-glass, I saw what appeared to be a star of great luminescence streak through the far reaches of our solar system. I have never recorded an object moving so fast. It had surpassed the outer planets in fewer than 2 hours. As I watched by my own 2 eyes, I saw it slow as it closed on Jupiter, make a sharp turn, and disappear into the planet itself. I saw many bursts of light afterwards, but although I continued to peer at it until the sun broke, I saw no additional disturbances in the night sky. I must continue to document these changes, and will alert my colleagues when the day is upon me. 15/10/1665. I took Peter to my observation point last night, but a week from the night I saw the fire rain upon Jupiter in the heavens. He brought along his own looking-glass, and together we aimed our view upon the giant. To our surprise, a magnificent change has occurred. Where once the distant world only showed bands of color, there is now a great red spot where the star came to rest on the surface of Jupiter. Peter was incredulous, of course, that such an amazing discovery could have taken place before our very eyes. I will continue to take notice of this. 18/10/1665. Tonight, as I peered through my looking-glass, I swear on my life that I observed what looked to me like explosions and starbursts emanating from our red spot. I fear my mind is playing tricks on me, for there has been no record of such violent outbursts by a heavenly body since the dawn of astronomy. I will consult with Peter on the morrow, and hopefully glean from him some advice on the matter. 19/10/1665. Peter sees the same as I. As I approached him with my concerns, he leveled the same with me, and through our following discussion we concluded that it must be a powerful reaction to the falling star I saw upon the first night, and not a product of our own shortcomings. I am left wondering what cataclysmic event must be taking place upon our heavenly neighbor. Our work to document this must go on. Addendum 2399-2B. After redacted hours on redacted date, Barrier Unit 53 observed one of SCP-2399's repair drones closing on a piece of debris, quickly determined to be part of a damaged communications array. Because of the nature of this specific component, and the ramifications of allowing SCP-2399 to recover it, it was ordered that Barrier Unit 45 fire upon the drone with its onboard concussion batteries. Batteries were discharged. However, the drone appeared undamaged. Footage obtained by Barrier Unit 53 shows that, while the payload in question was launched towards the repair drone, it was destroyed within 5 kilometers of the target by additional charges originating from SCP-2399. Command lost contact with Barrier Unit 45 15 seconds after initial discharge, with video observation showing SCP-2399 data expunged. The resulting spatial anomaly originating in redacted data expunged. The termination of Barrier Unit 45 by Barrier Units 44, 51, and 55. Under no circumstances are any barrier units to further engage either SCP-2399 or drones released by SCP-2399. Addendum 2399-2C, Project Gigas. Restricted to level 4 personnel or above. After the events of Redacted Date, it was decided that necessary force would be authorized to destroy or incapacitate SCP-2399, using Foundation resources, as well as resources from 45 nations, notably Redacted, 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 and Redacted. A platform of Redacted warheads bearing Redacted megaton payloads and Redacted warheads bearing EMP detonators was launched and placed in orbit around Europa on Redacted Date at Redacted hours, with orders from 15 heads of state and O5 blank, O5 blank, O5 blank, and O5 blank. The entire payload of Project Gigas was launched toward SCP-2399. Data expunged. Efforts to develop alternative methods of eliminating SCP-2399 are currently underway. Addendum 2399-L5. Restricted to Level 4 personnel or above. So, SCP-2399. Have you ever sat and wondered, maybe after you hear about a car accident on a street you were just on, or a bombing in a city you were just visiting, just how lucky you are to be alive? Just how many things have to go right for you to continue to exist? A few seconds too late, a few seconds too early, and somebody reaches for something they dropped, and a busload of people run into another busload of people. Sometimes this kind of thing does happen, as we've seen far too often. But that's what we're here for. To protect those who can't protect themselves from things that they wouldn't even know to protect themselves from. We can't do it all, though. As many things as we've been able to contain, as many things as we've been able to keep under lock that would threaten to destroy us all, still far too many remain that we can't do anything about. Whether they're too big, or too fast, or too powerful. Any of these things could blink and wipe humanity from existence. The fact they haven't done so yet is just luck. SCP-2399, however, is different. We have little information regarding SCP-2399's motives, origins, and full capabilities. We do not understand how it is capable of communicating over such large distances, or why those who constructed it, if it was, in fact, constructed, sent it to us in the first place. We do not know what would happen if SCP-2399 is able to fully repair itself, or if part of our array would break down and a message would get through. We do not know this, so we must assume the worst. Judging by what we've seen, were SCP-2399 to have reached Earth, it would have led to our timely destruction. But sometimes, humanity gets a little help. Sometimes something steps in the way of the apocalypse. For us, and for SCP-2399, it was Jupiter. As SCP-2399 began to slow on its approach to Earth, Cassini saw what we've been able to ascertain, that SCP-2399 struck Io, was damaged, and was unable to escape the gravitational pull of Jupiter. Its weapons activated as they were intended, but it was Jupiter that experienced doomsday, not us. Eventually, though, it's likely that SCP-2399 will resume full functionality, and will likely be able to pull away from Jupiter and proceed to its target. As of now, we can keep hurling bombs and EMPs at it all we want, but we've got no indication that any of it will so much as scratch the thing. On the contrary, experience dictates it would do nothing at all. If this were to happen now, we would undoubtedly be destroyed. Jupiter has given us time. For now, SCP-2399 will remain there, reassembling itself, while we devise some way to stop it. Like it or not, we are in an arms race with this thing. Our best guesses give us something like 25 years until it is able to hear past our dampening array. Until then, we must seize the opportunity that's been laid before us. We must use the time we have been given, and not let it be wasted. So we devised Protocol Legionnaire, one gigantic EMP, powered by God knows what, followed by a volley of nukes big enough to wipe out our civilization 1,000 times over. A blunt plan, and simple, and likely futile. Our researchers, and researchers across the globe, have yet to devise even a way to deliver that kind of pulse, let alone a way to power it. There is no indication whatsoever that we will be able to complete Legionnaire on time, or if it will do what is intended once it is completed. But we must try. We must do something. Even if we have to drain our banks and empty our minds, we must try. Not often do we get a chance to see the swerving bus that will end our lives and step out of the way. Jupiter, unknowingly, has offered us that chance. I suggest we take it. Randall McAllen, Director, Barrier Project, Site redacted. Addendum 2399, Comlog, restricted to level 4 personnel or above. All messages logged are to be understood as having repeated themselves continuously until either a new message is logged or a logged instance of radio silence. These are the logs of messages that have been received by SCP-2399. Blank date, 1971. Unit is damaged. Repair. Blank date, 1985. Updating orders. Maintain position. Repair. Blank date, 1985. A period of radio silence. The barrier array is established. Blank date, 1996. Unit is out of range of target. Proceed to planet number 3 in system. Coordinates redacted. Repair. Blank date, 2015. Unit is out of range of target. Proceed to planet number 3 in system. Priority is target. Cease repairs.
Ah, shit, it's ready.
I like that one.
That's a good one.
I like that one.
Cosmic horror, baby.
If it hears that last message, we're fucked. Target leads to a number 1 proposal. Twisted Gears Cactus proposal. That sounds interesting. I have not read that one.
Oh, I actually have that one here.
The Cactus proposal?
All I know is that it's called SCP-001.
Oh, no, that's different. So,
that's different.
the thing with SCP... So, like, you can imagine that the position of SCP-1 is, like, huge. Like, a really big deal. So, instead of there being any one SCP-1, people that write good enough proposals for it just get added to a bank of things SCP-1 could be.
Oh.
So there's like 30 SCP-1s. You know?
So I just have one of the proposals.
Yeah, you got one of the many. One of them is super cool. Curses you! Hello! Welcome in. You're lucky to arrive
Hello.
at a time that we're not in the middle of reading, because that means I actually get to say hi to you.
How are you doing?
Yeah, how are you? Also, I said it earlier, but Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Hitsky. I appreciate it.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. Edda, open wide.
Ah?
There you go. Have some ice cream.
Thank you.
Feed your fop.
You know, someone else in chat was already talking about Shonen Ai earlier. You're not helping our case.
Shonen who?
Shonen Ai. Boys love con.
Oh! I mean,
Hold on. I have a way to make it not boys love.
No, it's fine. Don't take my ice cream from me. I already got some.
No, it's fine. But I think I can put the ice cream in a different place if you want.
What the fuck?
This way. Do you see where you might want the ice cream from?
Okay, I get your drift.
Let's go back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Connette. Look at how cute this boy is. Look at his kimono.
Baba.
It's
Yeah,
so
hold
cute.
I schmalled myself for a moment.
Here,
Pyro.
I'll zoom out too. Hold on.
Pyro.
I don't get to show off Rainey's outfit too often.
Yee, show us the bleen.
Mm-hmm.
Behold.
Hi, Ark.
Hello,
Oh.
Ark.
Look at that friend.
Look at
her.
me.
Look at them. Fucking pretty.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. I can also.
I also have a jacketless outfit. Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
No kiss.
Are you scared yet?
I'm peeking.
Fox.
Bop.
You better be terrified. We're a couple of scary motherfuckers.
Do you fear God, Jack?
Do you fear God? What did I just tune into?
Carve some kind of faith. Oh,
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, nothing.
don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. All you have to do is not worry.
Everything is totally normal and nothing strange is going on in the slightest.
Yeah, we're just reading some horror stories. It's just a horror day. It's just a horror day. I'm eating cotton candy grapes.
Mm-hmm.
We got Ark.
Ah.
I am.
Hey, you're a very, very good puppy.
Hello, boy. How are you, cutie? Oh. You make me feel self-conscious. Your voice is too good.
Nar. Yo, chat, I gotta do it again. One in chat if you think Edda's voice is lovely.
Shut the fuck up. Stop it. This isn't cool.
Sorry, I don't think. Oh, that's a goddamn shame. My fuck, someone is trying to tell me that my cousin doesn't have a good voice.
Automod forbade another number. No, I refuse. I refuse. Pick your story.
All right.
Alright.
Now, ladies.
Anyway, did you read through the rest of that while you were away? While I was reading it?
Oh.
The big spaceship.
Oh, this is interesting.
Oh.
I found a file that you only have a few minutes to read.
What?
Yeah. You have 6 minutes to read this file.
Gimme.
Alright.
Link it. Gimme. Or want it.
I'm going, boss. It's 3-2-11. I think it's one of the... Yeah, it's actually the one that Cerebral just mentioned.
3-2-11. Connex edit. Is there already some artwork asking for a friend? Not to my knowledge.
We don't have any artwork.
We don't have
together.
any artwork together. What the fuck is this?
That's a crime.
Somebody fix that, please. I will
We
showcase
just need to
it.
get like 2 fluffball foxes just hanging out.
Absolutely. How much was your fluffy con model?
That was $35.
Yo, I could get a fluffy Etta.
You absolutely could. I don't know if they've raised their prices, but their name was Repo VT. If you want to see if they still have those open.
Repo VT.
It's probably like $50 now, but
That's fine.
even still, that's super affordable for like a tiny model.
Let me see. I'm gonna assume that is spelled how it sounds. Repo VT. Repo. Didn't immediately find it. Can you send them to me later?
Where fuck? But yeah, oh no. Wimpter. It's
Wimpter. It's Hemkin Wimpter.
It fucking Wimdy. I love that image so much.
Hold on. I'm gonna show you something. Wait, do I have it?
It's Repo _ VT. That's why.
I'm gonna move you guys. Wait, hold on. Wait, actually,
There you go.
Where is it?
Sent you the Twitter.
I found it. Okay. This might activate immediately. Con, you should turn on the stream audio for just a second.
Oh, alright, one moment. Stream audio enabled.
The Foxo is very tired. He is eepy. The Foxo has had a very long day of swiping eggies and wants to take just a small sleep. He eeby and neebies to sleepy. Fonk sleepy and need bed by time. The Fops is currently experiencing critical levels of being a sleevgy lil guy and needs to go to bed. He is very tired and needs to slep. Just a little sleeging time is a treat. Fonks yonksy needs to slek for twired boyo, just a lil guy. Foxo oxo omps needs his beady sleep. Look at him go. He yawned big 'cause he's skeegy. Neebs to falafel a sleepy. Night time. Good night, Mr. the Foxo.
There you go.
Fucking incredible, Your Honor.
I just have that saved as a source on OBS. 'Cause I didn't want to lose it.
used that often?
No, it's never used. I don't think anyone else even knew I had it. It's never been on stream. I just like it. Omsi, just a little guy. Luffy Edda. Anyway, yeah. I want art of all of my friends. Need to get... You better fucking watch out. All of you, all my friends, I want you to fucking beware. The second I get some money, y'all are getting art.
Bites you.
This is a threat.
Here's a threat. I'm gonna take your money and I'm gonna shove it at you again and get you a live 2D model.
Me?
I know it's obviously not at the top of your priority list, but I want to compress you. I'm gonna take the rolling pin to you.
Gonna
We're
squinch
removing
me.
an extra dimension.
I can't believe I'm being squinched by my own cousin.
Yeah,
It's like,
don't you
I'm
talk
this
to me about
big,
being squished.
I'm-
You saw me get squished.
I'm this big, and Con is gonna be like... This is fucking... Not cool, bro.
Yeah, here, now
Not
I'm gonna
cool.
grab you, and I'm just gonna, like, squish your cheeks, and you're just gonna be... And then you'll be like this.
Knife!
And everything's gonna be great. A knife!
A knife!
No! But yeah, we're gonna compress you into just, like, a little guy.
Okay.
And it's gonna be perfect.
Can I have headphones? And flowers?
Yeah, it'd be great, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What? That would be awesome.
Return.
I want to be a little guy. You already are a little guy, Ark.
Ark is the littlest of guys.
You're just a cutie little sweetie.
We pick up Ark very gently. Blessed being. Yes, I do have it ready if you want me to.
Is
Yeah.
3211 the one that we only have 6 minutes to read?
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to refresh the page a couple times.
That's interesting. Hold on. Receipt of any document regarding SCP-2 as a result, in order to be effective, this warning must make contain no such details. That's super interesting.
It's activated by. What is receipt? Oh, by just a receipt existing.
Let me see. Where?
Okay, this is interesting. Alright, so I'm just gonna have to refresh this a couple times throughout to make sure I don't get anomalous affected.
I'm gonna have to refresh as well, probably. Unless I read the whole thing in 6 minutes.
I'm not that fast a reader. So, let us begin. Item SCP-3211. Object Class Safe. There is no photographic evidence of SCP-3211. Special Containment Procedures. To reduce unnecessary exposure to SCP-3211, a warning message is placed at the start of this document. Level 4 authorization must be required to proceed. No information regarding SCP-3211 is to be present in any resources not exclusively available to researchers assigned to SCP-3211, including the warning message. Except in the event of an emergency necessitating knowledge of 3211, no more than 3 members of the O5 Council and 10% of the population of any individual site
are to have been exposed to information regarding SCP-3211. Did they move the counter? Okay, I think they got rid of the timer. It's weird. SCP-3211 is to be kept in a standard, non-humanoid containment chamber. Access is limited to tests only. Description: SCP-3211 is an unknown object, entity, or concept. SCP-3211 exhibits a slow-acting but potent perception-altering effect. During the first 6 minutes of exposure to SCP-3211, subjects are able to observe and record SCP-3211 without issue. Once 6 minutes have passed, subjects immediately and permanently are unable to perceive any direct information associated with 3211 or observe 3211 itself. This effectively quarantines information about SCP-3211 to only those who've been exposed to it for less than 6 minutes. For the purposes of this document, subjects who have already been exposed to SCP-3211 for at least 6 minutes will now be described as post-3211, and those for less will be pre-3211. I'm refreshing it again in case it deletes all the shit on the page before... what?
The information you're reading is different from the information I'm seeing.
What?
Yeah, you skipped like a huge paragraph, and you're reading stuff that I can't see.
Oh no, I might have already done more than 6 minutes.
Hold on, I'm gonna initiate emergency maneuvers. Keep reading, it's fine.
Post-3211 subjects are consistently adamant that they are able to perfectly remember its nature despite being unable to take in new information about it. However, it quickly becomes apparent that each post-3211 subject reports a different description for SCP-3211. A selection of such descriptions, in chronological order of them being reported, is provided below. A blank brand microwave oven. Homo sapiens, Czech female named Nizorium. A porcelain mug printed with imagery from blank franchise, empty. A red cube, perfectly smooth, 12 centimeters on all sides. A Columbia liva domestica, common pigeon, corpse suspended in decomposition. The color puke. Clay vase, presumably ancient. A DVD box set for the television series Friends, missing a disc from season 3. A small plastic bag imprinted with the number 3211. Of note is that descriptions of the object vary between post-3211 subjects. Observations indicate that pre-3211 subjects consistently agree on the nature of 3211. However, once these subjects pass the 6-minute threshold, they all disagree on what it is. This also applies to documentation. Personnel viewing this document universally report that it describes something else before it changed after 6 minutes of this exposure. See experiment log 3211B and D for details. Note that post-3211 subjects report unique descriptions is not universal. In several cases, the same description has been reported more than once. The fact that those who have been exposed to SCP-3211 are able to read the list above suggests that none of the descriptions are what SCP-3211 truly is. Several theories have been suggested. That none of them are true, and that the real SCP-3211 has yet to be seen. That none of the descriptions are true, and that the real SCP-3211 will reveal itself to someone worthy. That one of the above descriptions are true and the rest are false, or that all of the above descriptions are true, and that SCP-3211 is somehow several objects located in the same conceptual space. The mechanism through which SCP-3211 propagates this effect is currently unknown, though current theory proposes that after 6-minute threshold, SCP-3211 injects false memories over the original perception. Anesthetics have proven to be effective on post-3211 subjects. They will forget 3211 as expected, and upon re-exposure perceive it as something new. A method of amnesticating only false memories has not yet been found. So we could take an antinemetic, forget all about it, and then have a brand new perception of it. That's cool. Addendum 3211-A. Experiment
Hold on.
logs 311B. Yeah, what?
Sorry, I have to catch up to where you are because the page just changed for me.
Oh, it just.
Yeah, so it
I
does.
wish there
It
was
changes
some-
the page. I
I.
cheated. I copied down all of the contents of the page.
Ooh, can you read that for us when we're done?
Yeah.
Sweet. We have some experiment logs here. So, are these? Do they use hyperlink? Oh, they're actually drop downs. Experiment log 3211-01. The purpose of this experiment was to establish a first-hand written description of SCP-3211 and then compare this description with another observer. D68134 was given a pencil, clipboard, and a single sheet of paper. He was instructed to enter the containment cell and produce a written description of its contents. D68134 entered the containment chamber with its eyes closed at 10 minutes after the hour. Oh, wait, what? The timing is weird here. Oh, it's seconds. After being instructed to open his eyes, he begins writing a description of SCP-3211 8 seconds in. After 6 minutes and 4 seconds, D68134 expresses surprise that he can no longer perceive SCP-3211. He expresses anger at not being able to read what he has written. He then left the containment chamber. The document produced is now referred to as Document 3211-01, which is covered in a later dropdown. Experiment log 3211-02. The purpose of this experiment was to compare the written description from experiment 321101. You okay? Oh, bless you. With another don't apologize. With another observer. D8834 is provided with document 321101, then instructed not to read it. He then enters the containment chamber with his eyes closed, then instructed to open her eyes and compare the object in the room to what is described on document 3211-01. D8834 confirms that SCP-3211 matches the written description. D8834 is then asked to close her eyes, and then asked to compare the object to the written description once more after 6 minutes have elapsed. D8834 confirms that document 3211-01 describes a completely different object to SCP-3211. And then, after opening her eyes, she reports that she's neither able to perceive the object nor read document 3211-01. Document 3-001. The following description is: the containment chamber is empty. There's nothing to describe. I don't understand why I have to write about an empty room. Oh. No shit. This links to another. That's the one I read earlier. It's undefined. What? The containment chamber is empty. When I click on that, it goes to the undefined page. Wait. Oh, never mind. I was reading this one on the side while you were doing a different one, pardon me. I was curious. It was either this one or the one where it turned out the researcher was the SCP.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Pardon me. Addendum 3211-B. Empirical data. As an attempt to determine the true nature of SCP-3211, a collection of data has been recorded from SCP-3211 and is listed below. This data has been recorded only by pre-3211 researchers. It is currently unknown whether readings are accurate or if the reader perceives them to match their own perception of 3211. Data type: full spectrum spectroscopy. SCP-3211 displays absorbances and transmittances in the visible spectrum consistent with a standard background reading. Mass: mass balance placed underneath the location of SCP-3211 did not detect any weight. Hume measurement: SCP-3211 has a Hume reading consistent with a baseline reality. Magnetism: SCP-3211 is not magnetic. Visual observation: SCP-3211 is not visually present. Physical observation by post: no response. D9981 felt nothing at SCP-3211's location. Response to basic questioning: no response. Type Kappa Medic Sentience Detector: negative response. Incident Log 3211-C. On the 31st of March 2016, a researcher who was not assigned to SCP-3211, Dr. Jason Greaves, took a Class Y nemestic without authorization and entered the containment chamber. Personnel reported being unable to perceive Dr. Greaves until his unconscious body spontaneously appeared several hours later. Dr. Greaves returned to full health with medical care, but did not retain any details of his encounter with SCP-3211, claiming only that he wasted his time in an empty cell. Dr. Greaves recorded a series of audio logs detailing his thought process during the encounter. However, the content of these logs propagate an info-hazardous effect, which are effectively devoid of information. Their transcriptions are preserved below for posterity. Dr. Greaves was severely reprimanded for not following standard testing procedure. Audio log 3211-01. Oh geez, there's more. Dr. Jason Greaves, SCP-3211, Experiment Log 1. If you're hearing this, and if, like me, you're souped up on some heavy-ass domestics, then you and me both know that for sure that SCP-3211 does not exist. Why it's trying so hard to hide that from us, we'll never know. But if you're not high as hell at Class Y, in less than 6 minutes, you'll only remember me just rambling on about some random things at a containment chamber. And of course, when that happens, all these logs will say that there's nothing in the containment chamber at all. What I'm trying to do is work out exactly what SCP-3211 is, how it works, and why it's trying so hard to hide. What does it want? No matter what I tried and who I spoke to, I couldn't get this test authorized. But it needs to be done. So I've taken a small dose of Class Y domestics, and I'm doing it myself. I have taken only a couple of hours before the Class Y stops helping me remember things and starts making me forget things, so I better get started. I've noticed a pattern emerging. Most people who walk into 3211's cell will perceive the cell to be completely empty. Like, I can clearly see that there's nothing here. There's nothing in the containment cell. SCP-3211 does not exist. It seems to me like Foundation personnel, researchers and the like, will perceive the containment cell to be completely empty. People who are already familiar with nothing, who are expecting nothing, will see nothing in the containment chamber because it is empty. But a D-class, for example, who is not familiar with the anomalous, will remember the containment cell being empty, just the same. It looks like SCP-3211 does not exist at all. I still don't understand why. If SCP-3211 does not exist, I insist on trying to prove that it does. SCP-32... Alright, so this audio log has definitely been altered between this and the other version.
Yes, gone! Oh my
Yeah.
god.
You want to read the real one?
No, you need to keep reading. But here's the thing. Once we get to the end of this, I am begging everybody, if you have already opened it and you're reading along, to go through it again while I read what the real contents are and just hear the changes. It's so cool.
Okay.
Such a cool idea.
My head feels foggy. I don't know if it's the SCP or the mastics I took starting to wear off. I actually don't know how long Class Y lasts. I think I've narrowed it down to 3 stages. That seems to be the right word. So, first stage is what you see when you walk into the cell for the first time. What SCP-321 really is nothing. Obviously, as soon as my mastics wear off, I'll forget that. And so will you. I assume you've taken them. Second stage is whatever memory SCP-3211 injects over itself when you've seen it for more than 6 minutes. Last time I saw it, I remembered seeing my son, who would have been 6. That would have been the second stage for me. Third stage is that you can't perceive it at all. Its disguise is complete and it's hidden from you. I think I know why it wants to hide. I just need to put the words into a sentence. It's getting hard to think. My thoughts feel like walking through ketchup. Oh, God, my head is killing me. I'm certain it's the drug. Class Z literally kills you when you take it because the effect is permanent. Class Y won't kill you. I hope. I might have majorly fucked up by doing this. It's really weird seeing all the things that you can't usually remember. There's bugs everywhere, covering every surface. The containment cell is empty. There is no bugs. I need to sleep. I just want to sleep. The floor is so much more comfortable than standing. It's getting hard to breathe. I don't know if it's my lungs closing up or if it's just me forgetting how. At least I haven't forgotten what it is the first time I saw it. But I know for sure why SCP-321 wants to disguise so avidly. It's right there, just in front of you. I'm surprised no one's seen it yet. It's just that it's not really there. It does not exist. I don't know how to take these, damn it. I only make them. I know that I need to sleep. I'm alone in this room. The containment cell is empty. Just make me forget already. I know that it does not exist. Though I don't. Why can't? Why'd you show him to me? Why did you think you had to take him away again? I don't think I'm gonna survive. Why hasn't anyone come to get me? It's assumed that Dr. Greaves fell unconscious at this point. The remainder of the logs is mostly silent up to the point where a member of security staff noticed Dr. Greaves on a closed-circuit monitoring of several minutes later and called for help. I think it shows you, like, what you want the most and then takes it away. Alright. Hit me. What is it? Jesus, alright, I'm here. Alright.
I am muted. Thank you very much. That would have been unfortunate. Okay.
Oh,
So, we're gonna start with the
silly.
description.
Where's the description? Oh, here it is. Pardon me. Go ahead.
SCP-3211 is a region of space that varies in size, but at its largest is approximately 2 meters in height and 50 centimeters in width and depth. SCP-3211 is not visible to the naked eye, but observers identify without fail that there is something occupying the region. SCP-3211 moves around within the containment chamber of its own accord, but spends the majority of its time in one corner of the chamber. Visually, SCP-3211 appears to be empty space. Anyone who touches SCP-3211 immediately suffers a complete loss of muscular function. All muscles in the body seize up, resulting in the subject being unable to move, usually resulting in either asphyxiation or cardiac arrest. However, serious symptoms often do not manifest, as SCP-3211 usually moves away from the observer as soon as it is touched. Repeated physical boundary interrogation by this method has been able to determine that SCP-3211 is humanoid. SCP-3211 exhibits a slow-acting but potent perception-altering effect. During the first 6 minutes of exposure to SCP-3211, subjects are able to observe and record SCP-3211 without issue. Once 6 minutes have passed, subjects will immediately and permanently be unable to perceive any direct information associated with SCP-3211 or observe SCP-3211 itself. For the purposes of this document, subjects who have already been exposed to SCP-3211 for at least 6 minutes will be described as post-3211, and those who have been exposed to it for less than 6 minutes will be described as pre-3211. Post-3211 subjects are consistently able to recall, without issue, that SCP-3211 is almost nothing. However, only pre-3211 subjects are able to perceive 3211 itself, or record new information about it. Of note is that descriptions of the object vary between post-3211 subjects. All pre-3211 subjects agree that SCP-3211 is an empty but occupied region of space. However, once these subjects pass the 6-minute threshold, they will disagree on what it is. This also applies to documentation. Personnel viewing this document may report that it describes something else after it changes, after 6 minutes of exposure. See Experiment Logs 3211-B and D for more details. The mechanism through which SCP-3211 propagates this effect is currently unknown. Amnestics have proven to be effective on post-3211 subjects. They will forget SCP-3211 as expected, and upon re-exposure will be able to perceive it for an additional 6 minutes. And then I have to open up... I don't think the logs contain anything different.
No touch.
Okay, so the first 2 logs are the same. And then the third one, following is a transcription of document 3211-01, the text produced by D68134 during experiment 3211-01. There's nothing here, but I'm going to pretend to write something so it looks like I'm doing something. Uh-oh, hold up, there is something here. I can't see it. Empirical data. A collection of data has been recorded from SCP-3211 and is listed below. This data has been recorded only by pre-3211 researchers. Note that it is currently unknown why this data is considered important enough to retain on file. Data type and observation. Data type: full spectrum spectrophotometry. SCP-3211 displayed no absorbances. Mass: 91.4 kilograms. Hume measurement: SCP-3211 has a Hume reading slightly lower than baseline reality, indicating some degree of reality bending. Magnetism: SCP-3211 is not magnetic. Visual observation by D9981 confirmed that SCP-3211 is effectively invisible. Physical observation by D9981. D9981 was physically paralyzed for approximately 10 seconds before SCP-3211 moved away. Response to basic questioning by D9981. SCP-3211 moved around unpredictably. Type Kappa mimetic sentience detector. Positive response. Incident log. On 2016-3/31, a researcher who was not assigned to SCP-3211, Dr. Jason Greaves, took a Class Y amnestic without authorization and entered the containment chamber. Dr. Greaves recorded a series of audio logs detailing his thought process during his encounter. Their transcriptions are preserved below for posterity. Dr. Greaves is available for questions regarding his experience with SCP-3211. I also have to check something. Oh. Amnestics are the opposite of amnestics. Okay, good. Cool. I haven't heard of those before. Okay. Audio log. Dr. Jason Greaves, SCP-3211, Experiment Log 1? If you're hearing this, and if, like me, you're souped up on some heavy-ass amnestics, then you and me both know for sure that SCP-3211 is almost nothing. Why it's trying so hard to hide that from us, we'll never know. But if you're not high as hell on Class Y, then in less than 6 minutes you'll only remember me just rambling on about some random thing sat in a containment chamber. And of course, when that happens, all these logs will say is that there's nothing in the containment chamber at all. What I'm trying to do is work out exactly what SCP-3211 is, how it works, and why it's trying so hard to hide. What does it want? No matter what I tried and who I spoke to, I couldn't get this test authorized, but it needs to be done. So I've taken a small dose of Class Y amnestics, and I'm doing this myself. I only have a couple hours before the Class Y stops helping me remember things and starts making me forget things, so I'd better get started. I've noticed something of a pattern emerging. Most people who walk into 3211 cell will perceive it as something totally new. Like, I see it as almost nothing, and there's no one else on the list who's perceived it as that. But it makes people choke and have heart attacks when they touch it. It's not just almost nothing. It has anomalous properties other than the fact that people can't see it for more than 6 minutes, and then their memories after that are wrong. It seems to me like Foundation personnel, researchers and the like, will perceive it as something anomalous. People who are already familiar with the anomalous, who are expecting it to be anomalous, will remember it being something anomalous. But a D-class, for example, who is not familiar with the anomalous, will remember it as being something mundane, like a clay vase. It looks like it adapts to match the viewer's expectation, but I still don't understand why almost nothing is going to such lengths to protect itself in the first place. My head feels foggy. I don't know if it's the SCP or the amnestics starting to wear off. I actually don't know how long Class Y lasts. I think I've narrowed it down to 3 stages. That seems to be the right word. So the first stage is what you see when you walk into the cell for the first time. What SCP-3211 really is. It's almost nothing. Obviously, as soon as my amnestics wear off, I'll forget that. And so will you. I assume you've taken amnestics. The second stage is whatever memory SCP-3211 injects over itself when you've seen it for more than 6 minutes. Last time I saw it, I remembered seeing my son, who would be 6. That was the second stage for me. The third stage is that you can't perceive it at all. Its disguise is complete, and it's hidden from you. I think I know why it wants to hide. I just need to put the words into a sentence. It's getting hard to think. My thoughts feel like walking through ketchup. Oh god, my head is killing me. I'm certain it's the amnestics. Class Z literally kills you when you take it because the effect is permanent. Class Y won't kill you. I hope? I might have majorly fucked up by doing this. It's really weird seeing all the things you can't usually remember. There's bugs everywhere, covering every surface. They're crawling all over it, too. I need to sleep. I just want to sleep. The floor is so much more comfortable than standing. It's getting hard to breathe. I don't know if that's my lungs closing up, or if it's just me forgetting how. At least I haven't forgotten what it was the first time I saw it. But I know for sure why SCP-3211 wants to disguise so avidly. It's right there, just in front of you. I'm surprised no one has seen it yet. It's just that it's not really itself, you know? I don't know how to take amnestics, damn it. I only make them. I know how they're... I need to sleep. It's just sat there, watching me. Just make me forget already. I know your secrets, damn it. Why did you have to show him to me? Why did you have to take him away again? I don't think I'm going to survive. Why hasn't anyone come to get me? That's it.
Yike.
That's so cool.
That is really cool. But I wonder why it still doesn't tell us why. Why are you trying to cut that?
Why?
What do you mean why? Because it doesn't feel like itself?
Also, let me see. Yeah. Okay. Would you like a bit of a curtain pull? Do we?
I'm kind of curious.
Do we want spoil? I'm very curious. I really like this. I'm gonna remember this one. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna keep this open in my tabs for later. Okay, what's up? Pull the wool away.
Yeah.
Please.
Feliz Navidad.
Please, Navidad.
Feliz Navidad.
Please, Navidad.
Refresh the page, go back to the auth screen. Okay.
Refresh.
Alright, I'm on the authorization page.
Click authorization. Where?
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, hold on.
Oh, hold on.
Developer tools. Oh, you can stop the timer.
We can skip the timer. We can reset the timer.
Cutscene, stop timer.
The one Chromatic got was choke. Manually change false memory. What? Hold on. Pigeon. Forget scene.
What?
Let me see.
What does that change?
Sub timer. Dead pigeon. What the fuck? Hold on.
I'm so confused.
Now this is totally different. Choke.
Wait, is it...
Hold up. Yeah, you're right. Wait a second.
Oh, it's a Swedish batch. Swedish match company branded matchbox of normal dimensions and mass.
Oh. Wow. Wow, that's such a good idea.
What the hell is this?
Wow.
Oh my god, all of it's different.
My fucking head.
In fact, a plastic coin.
Hold on, I'm gonna do hard reset. Oh my god, why? Why is this picture?
What the fuck is that?
It's just like a woman, but her eyes are weird.
Some kind of silly putty.
Wait.
Oh! The fucking... What he went through was different, too.
Greaves?
Yeah! I went to the audio log and this one says, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck this. Fuck this shit. I didn't sign up for this shit when I came in here. I'm fucking out. Get this fucking putty out of my fucking head. Yeah, fuck you, sad putty. Fuck you and your fucking... fuck. Fuck you. At this point, Dr. Greaves left the cell and admitted himself to the site's medical ward. He was kept under observation until the domestic wore off, but did not retain any memory of this experiment. That's so cool.
From the dev tools. Yeah, I did forget scene. That's so cool.
Did the chocolates this time.
Whap, 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 whap. That's so cool.
What other ones are there?
What? Okay, I think it would take way too long for us to read all, like, 12 of these.
Most of
that's
them
so
have
cool.
the same ending. They have a couple of variations here and there, but the putty one is the only one I've found that changes what he has. What he says.
So cool.
This is really cool. Holy shit. The amount of work that these people put into this.
So cool. That's so cool.
Fucking wild.
Ah.
Canon?
Yeah, I saw it. Then its name is There Is No Canon.
Oh,
That's
this
when
is-
that's like one of the mottos of SCP is that nothing is empirically canon. Like anything is up for debate.
Oh, this is the one that I got.
Which one?
Oh no, it's not. The canon one's different.
Let me do choke again. Because apparently choke is what I got. Yeah. Yes, that's so cool. This is just gonna be me saying that's cool for like 5 more minutes. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. You're cute.
Chocolate. Yeah. I'm gonna read chocolate. It's a box of chocolates. Ba 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 ba.
Corito tenenentare nantarentona.
Ba 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 ba.
Wah.
Wah, 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 wah. Okay, now I have to let the timer run out because I didn't see the list of things that people thought it was. Ha ha ho ha. Ha. Ara.
Ora, yes, Rodiana.
Ora. You can click read on the timer. Oh my god, there's so much. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Okay. So a lot of these. Ooh. A lot of these on the list are other options that you can get.
Yeah. This is very cool.
Bruh. That's so fucking bruh of them.
God, the amount of coding that must go into making this thing run well.
Absolutely, that's a lot of JavaScript. What? Hold on. Oh. The computer was not that happy for a second. Okay. I'll make a suggestion.
What is your suggestion?
My suggestion, we've been reading for 3 hours. You want to take like a quick break to stretch and stuff?
Yeah, I'll collapse into a little heap.
I think we're in danger of falling asleep if we continue reading without a break. I can like do a lap around my apartment.
Yeah.
Okay. So, we're going to depart for like 10 minutes to stretch and do some stuff. Wah, wah. So, we'll be back.
Yeah, see you guys in a minute.
See you in a bit. Wow. Con, you got evil face.
Oh. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry.
There we go. Happy
I'm
Con.
lunatic. Yeah. I am definitely not filled with violent thoughts.
No, you'd never be violent as a result of what we were just discussing.
Of course not.
No, of course not. He. Okay. We can continue.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What were we doing?
We were talking about a lot of things, including how no one's ever called me Fonksy Onksy and how that's a crime.
Onksy onksy.
Also, Con is a very sleepy guy.
I am a very EB in the sleepy.
Very eepy beepy.
What the fuck? Bites you, bites you, bites you.
Impervious. Fang proof shield.
How
Blocks it.
darest thou?
Like fucking. Blocks it, blocks it, blocks it.
Parries this, you filthy. Parry this, you filthy casual. Pulls out a BB gun.
Denied. A BB gun?
Oh, okay, I'll do paintball instead.
That's
I'm seeing your
worse.
clothes, motherfucker.
No! Well, you won't be able to see it because I wear black clothing.
I think you're gonna be able to see bright red or yellow paint.
That's fine, they'll mistake it for blood.
What?
Con is always eepy. Is this true?
No, lies.
Nar. Well, Con says nar. How do you plead? Your Honor, I plead nuh-uh.
Fuck you mean?
Okay. So, I have another one that we can read. I haven't read this in a little bit.
What you got?
It's the one you saw. It's prepared.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah. I got it.
Yeah.
You want to have this one?
Yeah, I'll read it.
KKK.
Here's our next one. Okay. Hi. I remember you falling asleep midstream once. We had to wake you and send you to bed, and it still took a half hour to talk you into it.
You see, what I'm gonna say to that, Your Honor, is
I don't see no fucking proof. Where are the logs? Huh?
Chat,
Nothing on me, Chief.
am I mistaken, or does Con have all of his VODs saved somewhere?
good luck finding it. There's 500 plus videos on that channel.
Who wants to be the hero that finds us the clip of Con falling asleep on stream?
No one's find that. 575. You ain't finding shit.
All you need
worried.
is a rough time frame. If it was recent,
You
you could be like,
think?
oh, it's in the most recent 30 ones.
You think Nico remembers? Oh fuck.
It was a
Right,
Minecraft
right.
stream.
That's not gonna help you narrow it down.
Nico, find it and send it to me.
Nico, don't.
You will
and
be
I'll give
rewarded
a kiss.
handsomely. You'll give him a what?
2 kisses.
I will fucking fluff your head. I'll give you so
You can't
many
come-
fluffy head pats.
You can't.
And-
combat.
And you can rub my tail.
No, see, Nico's on my side. I got them in my pocket.
Mm,
Nico.
Nico.
Are you going to try and turn code against me, or are you going to crumble back into pieces?
Nico, I got you.
All I'm gonna say is,
It'll be safe with me.
if you crumble, I'll wrap you up in
Nico.
tail jail.
Come. We can do this together.
Oh,
Come
so
on,
cute.
I'll give you a lap pillow. Come on.
Run away, little Nico.
Find it for me. You will be rewarded.
He won't.
Okay. This ain't that kind of stream, so we're supposed to be scary today.
I mean, we're scaring Nico a little.
Nah. This is the good kind of scare.
Carousal is the. Anyway.
Okay. He's still my wee KR.
Yeah, Mark, we're mega scary.
We're so scary. Okay. So, I'm gonna keep reading.
Yeah.
Item number SCP-1440. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1440 is currently uncontained, and its location is unknown since its last containment breach. Due to the nature of SCP-1440, the Foundation may not have the means to contain it without risking an unacceptable loss of resources and personnel. Until suitable containment procedures can be found, focus should be given to the location and surveillance of SCP-1440 and to minimizing civilian exposure to it through the identification of its travel pattern. Description: SCP-1440 is a man of unknown ethnicity and age. When questioned about its name, place, or time of birth, SCP-1440 will refuse to answer, although it is unclear if this is due to the subject being unwilling to share this information or not possessing it. Though the subject's appearance is that of an octogenarian, it has not shown any signs of aging in the 50 years since first coming to the attention of the Foundation. SCP-1440's anomalous nature becomes apparent once it comes into contact with human population or man-made objects, and remains in contact with them for longer than a few days. SCP-1440 has an acute adverse effect on everything connected to humanity. Prolonged exposure of any man-made object or person to it will cause increasingly destructive events to occur in SCP-1440's vicinity until the destruction or death of said human element. The only exceptions to this are SCP-1440 itself and its belongings, its clothes, a sack made of unidentified material, a pack of worn playing cards, and a small glass cup. SCP-1440 appears to be aware of its effect on human populations, and will attempt to avoid coming into contact with them whenever possible. Despite these intentions, SCP-1440 is compelled to travel in what seems to be a highly complex pattern, which invariably leads it into contact with human population. The exact nature of this pattern has not yet been successfully analyzed, and SCP-1440 has not been able to provide any information concerning it. The subject is not actively hostile and will not resist attempts to contain it, though all such attempts have failed and led to a considerable loss of personnel and resources due to the aforementioned anomalous properties. SCP-1440 was first brought to the Foundation's attention when it approached Dr. Blank, a researcher at Site Blank, on her commute to work. SCP-1440 showed unexplained knowledge of Dr. Blank's work for the Foundation and required her assistance. When Dr. Blank inquired about the nature of the assistance of the subject as required, it responded that it hoped the Foundation would be able to destroy him. SCP-1440 was brought to Site Blank for questioning, which led to the destruction of the site, the deaths of redacted personnel, and the destruction of 6 safe and Euclid-level SCP objects. All other attempts at containing SCP-1440 have resulted in similar occurrences. The following is an interview conducted with SCP-1440 during the 4th attempt to contain it, on Area 142. The log was being stored in a remote server, hence its survival. Would you like to help me with this?
Oh, sure. Hold on. I need a click. And a log. Alright, do you want me to be the man? Or
Sure.
the doctor?
I can be the man if you want to hear me do like a poor Russian accent. Duh. Okay. Forward. Following the arrival of SCP-1440 to Area 142, personnel began complaining about severe headaches and nausea. In the next 2 days, 3 of the 4 on-site water purification filters broke down. Area 142's hangar collapsed, causing the deaths of multiple airmen, and Dr. Blank, currently in perfect physical condition, suffered a complete collapse of both kidneys and both lungs simultaneously. Begin log.
Good afternoon, SCP-1440.
And to you, Doctor.
Do you know why you were brought here?
Of course I do, and applaud you for still attempting to contain me. But since your last 3 attempts, I came to realize you cannot help me. It would be best if you let me go, for your own good. The first brother is already standing behind you, Doctor. You would best hurry.
You mentioned these brothers before. 3, if I recall correctly.
3, aye. Different, but one and the same. All cruel, all vengeful, all capable of holding a grudge for a long time. They are the cause of my misfortune, and therefore the cause of yours. Subject appears to notice something behind Dr. Blank, though video and audio feed reveal nothing unusual. The second brother joins the first. Time is running short. Release me, or I cannot vouch for your safety. It might already be too late.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Besides, you mentioned 3 brothers. If the third isn't here yet, we still have some time left.
The third never occurs. In that he is crueler than both his brothers, for he knows his appearance is the only thing that will set me free. I have spent time untold searching for him, trying to return his prize and those I won from his brothers, but to no avail. The second has his hands on your shoulders. It is too late now. Doom is never far behind the second. Before you perish, my poor child, allow me to give you a word of advice.
Go ahead.
Should you choose to challenge death to a game of cards for your life, there is one thing you must never do.
And what is that?
Win. At that moment, the on-site nuclear device stored in Area 142 detonated, despite multiple failsafes. Area 142 was destroyed, and all on-site personnel were killed. SCP-1440 was spotted more than 3,000 kilometers away from Area 142's location a week following its destruction, suffering no apparent harm. After 3 additional containment breaches, attempts to contain SCP-1440 have been suspended indefinitely. Addendum SCP-1440-B. Due to the growing size of human population and its rapid expansion into previously empty areas, SCP-1440 attested during its 5th containment that it is becoming increasingly difficult for it to avoid contact with humanity while still adhering to its compulsion. Analysis of the subject's traveling pattern is continuing, as are efforts to find a permanent containment procedure. Con,
Yes.
are you EP?
I plead the fifth, Your Honor.
You can't plead the fifth, an M doesn't go in that word. Con, are you a
Yeah.
sleepy little guy and need to go to bed?
No, I'm not. I'm definitely not gonna go to bed.
Okay.
I'm still gonna be awake for another 4 hours at least.
You want to keep reading?
Okay, I can read one. This one.
You're at the stage where you're just making noises to stay awake.
You say that as if that isn't like my natural state.
So funny.
Shush you.
No.
Alright, I have SCP-028 here.
CP-028. Oh, that's really early.
Yeah. I will put it in the thingamajig. Blammo.
It's an early one.
Art thou prepared?
Yes.
Item.
Me too.
SCP-028. Object Class. Safe. Special Containment Procedures. No special means are needed to contain at this time, as SCP-028 has not shown any change in size, position, or shape during the entire period of its containment, but access must be restricted. Currently, SCP-028 is contained on Site blank, as 028 is not transportable by any known means. SCP-028 is sealed in a 6 by 6 by 3 meter wide, 20 by 20 by 10 foot concrete room with a single door. with 2 armed personnel stationed outside. Only authorized personnel are allowed exposure to 028, and extreme care must be taken at all times. While 028 itself is harmless, the effect can be very damaging to the unprepared. See document attached. Description: The 028 is located in an abandoned storage yard outside a copper mine in northern Michigan. SCP-028 has no detectable presence of any kind, but its effect occurs in a 2.1 meter cube around what is commonly held as the center of SCP-028. All forms of scanning and testing in the area of SCP-028 have shown no abnormal readings. Adding or removing objects or attempting to remove dirt from under 028 has no effect in altering the size or shape of its area of effect, nor the onset or quality of the effect. Subjects entering SCP-028 are, within 3 to 6 seconds, struck by total and complete knowledge of a subject. This knowledge is thus far completely random in both size and usefulness, and sometimes goes unnoticed for extended periods of time. More profound knowledge generally has a stronger effect and in some cases causes expunged. See document below. This effect can be experienced multiple times by exiting and re-entering the SCP, but can result in increasingly strong migraines and dizziness after 2 exposures. SCP-028 came to the Foundation's attention after research into news reports of a local miner who submitted a design for a cold fusion reactor to the U.S. Patent Office. Mr. Blank reported that, "It just came to me, like a bolt out of the blue." News and subjects were suppressed and contained after discovery of SCP-028, and the reactor designs implemented in the containment of SCP-1995. Subsequent testing of SCP-028 has yielded mixed results. Document number EL-028-1114. Partial information retrieval log for the 5th of January, year expunged. Note: all knowledge is perfect, total, and edict. Every phone book entry for the New York City of 1998. How to redesign the internal combustion engine to run on human blood using only pre-existing parts. Note: full redesign takes 4 hours and runs at higher efficiency than gasoline. Location of keys for a black Subaru. Or a Buick LeSabre. Don't worry about it. The proper care of a mole rat colony. Origin and history of 12 SCP objects. Note: the main expunged. History of the Blackthorn family, located in London, England. Geological structure of the earth beneath Greenland, including several unknown caves and data expunged. Document EL-028-1125, log. E-112. Subject D-1182 exposed to SCP-028. Subject began to cry and went into the fetal position, showing high signs of distress. Unresponsive to questioning and outside stimulus for several days. Lapsed into catatonia shortly after, saying, "This is not life." Subject passed into a coma and died shortly after. Cause of death attributed to shock. Agent expunged. Accidentally exposed to 0.28. Agent showed signs of sudden surprise and bemusement. When questioned, Agent requested, "A moment to gather my thoughts, please." After several seconds, Agent laughed, shook his head, removed his service pistol from its holster. Agent then shot and wounded Dr. Expunged, and killed Agents Expunged and Expunged, before being restrained. Post-interrogation revealed Agent Expunged had extensive knowledge of classified Foundation activities, and several SCP objects he had not been previously exposed to, including 2669. which I'm assuming is why he shot down those people. I don't know that one does. Any Foundation personnel found to have entered SCP-028's area of effect are to be detained indefinitely. Document 1128. Experiment 189. Subject D9843 was exposed to SCP-028 on the blank of April. Wait, no, what the fuck? On expunged year 19th of March. Examination of subject revealed abnormal respiratory actions. Question revealed subject had learned to recycle the carbon dioxide inside his body. Repeated attempts to teach this skill to other D-class personnel failed. Subject terminated. Autopsy reveals no abnormal organ functions. Research note. Dr. Blank. Seriously, how the hell did he do that?
I like it when they get a bit silly. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't have a specific one planned for that, but considering it named another SCP, I could read that one.
Okay.
Let's see. It was... where? SCP-2669.
Yeah. Let's see. EP.
No.
Oh, it's a Keter.
It's
yeah,
a
like-
Keter!
That would explain why it had some fucked up shit.
We love the Ketters.
We like to party.
The Venga bus is coming, and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, an intercity disco. The wheels of steel are turning, and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, get on and move your body.
That's a cognitive hazard right there.
Yeah, anyway. I will just continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yum, yum. Okay. Item number SCP-2669. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. The Kevtul-1 Command Center has been established within the Foundation Office of Celestial Anomalies for the purposes of maintaining contact with and, when circumstances permit, control over SCP-2669. All available resources within the Kevtul subprogram of Project Heimdall have now been redeployed with the aim of increasing the distance between SCP-2669 and Earth to the maximum extent feasible. All periods in which SCP-2669 is under control of the Kevtul-1 Command Center are to be used in furtherance of this goal. Staff are to disregard prior mission parameters. Due to the potential for high numbers of D-Class personnel being required for SCP-2669 containment, the Foundation Logistics Department has been authorized to establish a special recruitment program dedicated to personnel for SCP-2669. This program is tentatively approved to begin operations at Ar Ramtha Refugee Camp in Irbid Governorate, Jordan, under the established Mercy International Adoption Services Front Organization. And it's showing a flight plan with coordinates in the solar system. Description: SCP-2669 is the Kevtul-1 space probe, designed, constructed, and launched clandestinely by the Foundation in 2004 as part of extraterrestrial threat assessment protocols mandated by Project Heimdall. SCP-2669's initial mission was the direct observation of exoplanets believed to be capable of harboring Earth-analogous life forms, a function beyond mainstream scientific capabilities for the foreseeable future. SCP-2669 utilizes two capabilities not attainable with currently understood technology. 1. Effective faster-than-light travel. Research and adaptation of 3 exotic propulsion systems found within SCP-2117, believed to operate by locally distorting spacetime, yielded an experimental drive capable of enabling a small probe to travel at relative speeds of up to, and in some cases exceeding, approximately 5.3 c. Not sure what...
5.3 times the speed of light.
Whoa. That's a lot. That's fast.
Very much so.
Due to the immense destructive potential of such a drive, clearance for use was granted exclusively to Kevtul-1. 2. Instantaneous communication and control. Kevtul-1 was designed with an augmented flight computer system, incorporating a human consciousness integrated command data guidance control system. Study and adaptation of the remote mind-body linking phenomenon behind SCP-2372 has enabled a form of human consciousness upload into an electronic interface. The presence of a separated human consciousness linked to a corporeal body on Earth has enabled the transfer of information from Earth to the location of Kevtul-1 to occur on an instantaneous basis, regardless of relativistic distance. This attribute enabled the enhanced degree of control necessary to operate a space probe beyond the boundaries of the solar system at the needed operational capacities for the mission. During its period of full Foundation control and mission functionality, Kevtul-1 directly surveyed 114 exoplanets. The results of that survey remain classified. SCP-2661 is host to the consciousness of D43852, the former Dr. Asma Tareen. D43852 exerts autonomous control over the probe and is actively seeking to return to Earth. Due to the potential of a collision between Earth and a relativistic object resulting from this intention, containment procedures have been established to prevent the return of SCP-2669 to Earth. Experimentation has shown that uploading the consciousness of another subject simultaneously disrupts... What? Hold on, I just got distracted. If you answer the next question, I will follow you. Do we have a deal? Not necessarily. You can ask. I might answer. Experimentation has shown that uploading the consciousness of another subject simultaneously disrupts D43852's control over SCP-2669.
That was the deal. That was the question.
Oh!
You've been fooled.
Got it.
Pranked.
I got fucking got. Damn it. Layet VT, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That's cheeky as fuck.
Very cheap.
Sean, you have to answer as well. Will you answer the question?
Mayhaps.
Did I scare you for a second? I wouldn't say scare. It's just...
It's just like, that felt like one of the potential lead-ups into something that could have been bad.
Yeah, there's some real saucy motherfuckers on this website that they like to be cheeky with their lead-ins, but I'm glad that you were a good one. Thank you. That's funny. Okay. In the absence of interference from D43852, backup software is able to resume control over SCP-2669's propulsion systems, which have been programmed to continue the probe on its originally planned course, traveling indefinitely away from Earth. However, D43852 has proven capable of removing additional subjects from SCP-2669, though this process typically takes several weeks. The eventual fate of additional D-Class subjects uploaded to SCP-2669 is not understood at present. Because of the nature of the upload process, the use of D-Class subjects recruited outside the specialized program listed above is now prohibited. Can I paste a scary story real quick? You may post the link and I'll have Con vet the story while I am finishing this, if that's okay, Con.
Jetja, go for it.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. First log. Addendum 2669.1 Kevtul-1 survey results. Researcher's note. The following is a representative sampling of exoplanets visited by SCP-2669. The attached information is a summary of findings. Detailed records may be accessed with permission by the Office of Celestial Anomalies. So, Gliese 832c. Distance from Earth, 16 light-years. Initial Heimdall HE probability, 17% probability of advanced civilization. Findings, no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. Unsurprising, given the initial chemical indicators that were in the mission file. The atmospheric readings have confirmed the presence of high amounts of oxygen, however. Upon closer inspection, these appear to be related to other chemical processes occurring at the planet's surface. No electromagnetic signals or evidence of structures, but we weren't likely to strike gold on the first try anyway. Exoplanet, Kepler-186f. Distance from Earth, 560 light-years. Heimdall probability, 33% of advanced civilization. Findings, no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. It's hard to say I am disappointed. I cannot understate the immense awe of being able to directly observe places that I never thought humans could reach. But given how similar in size to Earth this planet is, I was hoping to see more signs that, if life weren't present now, it could have arisen at some point. No chemical indicators, even for bacteria, present. On to the next candidate. Exoplanet, K2-9b. Distance from Earth, 359 light-years. Initial Heimdall probability, 41% probability of advanced civilization. Findings, no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. I know Command thinks it's odd I keep hoping to find something. Are you all so removed from the mundane sciences that you've forgotten what a shocking discovery the existence of extraterrestrial life would be? Yes, I understand the risk assessment arguments, but as inspiring as it is out here, it's lonely. I still can't understand how there isn't even an atmosphere here. How could the readings have been so inaccurate? Exoplanet, KOI-4427b. Distance from Earth, 782 light-years. Initial Heimdall probability, 19% probability of advanced civilization. Findings, no signs of current life, no evidence of previous inhabitation. Observational notes. I appreciate you allowing me to travel to this one. Having a part in the mission decision-making process is helping. We didn't expect much here, and naturally, we didn't find anything. I'm glad that these results are reassuring to Command. I'll keep looking. I'm making a formal request here for someone to do a review of the software. I feel like I'm hearing faint, barely audible background noise. That shouldn't be possible, should it? Hearing anything? Exoplanet, Kepler-442b. Distance from Earth, 1120 light-years. Initial Heimdall probability, 78% probability of advanced civilization. Findings, no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. How can there be nothing out here? It was rocky, just like the theorists predicted. And those SETI signals, the ones that were so strong that your people suppressed them, how can that have come from a dead, frozen rock? I have nothing to do but run tests and observations, as someone without a body, but I ran those atmospheric results until I was exhausted. Did you know that it's possible, by the way? Fatigue without body. I hadn't considered that. God, something to collect data about other than rocks and abstract chemical reactions. I long for that. Give me something to discover. Exoplanet, 2011FH sub 75. Distance from Earth, 1750 light-years. Initial Heimdall probability, 3% probability of advanced civilization. Findings, no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. I don't wake up, and I don't go to sleep anymore. I have no reckoning of time. It's only been several years back at Command. It feels like it's been centuries out here, briefly interrupted by dead rocks. Nobody thought this would be the one, a gas giant not even in a habitable zone, but I dreamed. Fantastic organisms, adapted for atmospheric existence in extreme conditions. Diaphanous creatures subsisting on forces we haven't even conceived. Would they even have need of communication? I've spent decades thinking of what they could be like, but there's nothing. I'm hearing things again. Exoplanet, Kepler-443b. Distance from Earth, 2,540 light-years. Initial Heimdall probability, 53% probability of advanced civilization. Findings, no signs of current life, no evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. Do you have any idea how absurd it looks from out here? Fear that an alien civilization is coming for a barely perceptible speck in the endless sea? Ridiculous. The light you see from this star is older than Jesus, and you think that there was something here plotting against you? I have nothing to laugh with, or I would. I feared my body becoming a prison. You were eager to point that fate out to me as we talked. You have it still, my body. I wish you would burn it. Knowing that it exists out there is torment that you can't understand. Exoplanet HD 405881T. Distance from Earth, 3150 light-years. Initial Heimdall probability, 1% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: no signs of current life. No evidence for previous inhabitation. Observational notes. You're going to push me out further, forever, aren't you? This will never stop. I can tell you already. There's nothing out here. It's just us. You know that too, but you need an ever larger sample size. It's only us, alone in eternity. Pull the plug on me, please. You can't have any idea what this is like. Grasping at nothing. Forever. Exoplanet PSR B1620-26b. Distance from Earth, 3800 light-years. Initial Heimdall probability, 3% probability of advanced civilization. Findings: destroyed. Observational notes. You'll be seeing a supernova in a few millennia. Wouldn't it be funny if that's where it was, at long last? I hear voices. I know it can't be them, because there is nothing here. This is a flaw in my interbase. That's all I really need. Researcher's note. This is the last transmission related to the Kevtul-1 mission prior to the probe going offline. Second log. Addendum 2669.2, SCP-2669 Mitigation Summary. After the transmission of data from PSR B1620-26b, Kevtul-1 went offline and was unresponsive for a period of 21 days and 3 hours. D43852 was considered KIA, and Kevtul-1 was considered to be a lost asset. On date redacted, Mission Control re-established contact with Kevtul-1. Data indicated that the probe had changed course and was moving on a direct path of return to Earth. The destructive potential of the probe striking Earth at relativistic speed necessitated a reordering of the Kevtul-1 Command Center's mission to prevent its return to Earth at all costs. Additionally, D43852 appeared to have taken effective control of the probe's command functions upon re-establishment of contact. Attempts to override this control through accessing software systems failed. On date redacted, clearance was granted to attempt a re-uploading of an alternative consciousness in an effort to either disrupt control of Kevtul-1 or establish a new controlling system that would be responsive to Foundation commands. The program used to initially recruit D43852, voluntary in nature and reliant on substantial amounts of compensation to survivors and institutions identified by D43852, was determined to be too slow to be suitable for procuring a subject for this measure. Based on previous parameters deemed necessary for integration into the Kevtul-1 command system, on date redacted, identified Dr. Peter Wesley as an ideal subject, based on qualifications, advanced age, and previous statements in support of so-called transhumanist technology. Of note was Dr. Wesley's primary specialization in orbital mechanics. This was believed to make Dr. Wesley more able to take effective control of Kevtul-1 than D43852, who had previously specialized in exobiology. Dr. Wesley, now D66181, was successfully uploaded to Kevtul-1 on date redacted. This was followed by the probe reverting to safe mode command status, enabling researchers to alter its course to a point in the center of the NGC 1560 galaxy, approximately 11.2 million light-years distant. After 3 months, contact was lost once more with Kevtul-1, before almost immediately being re-established. The presence of D61181 could not be detected, and the entity residing within Kevtul-1 once more established control. The route D43852 plotted back towards Earth after this event was observed to be approximately 37% more efficient than the previous route. This is believed to be related to the orbital mechanics expertise of D61181. Authorization was granted to repeat the re-uploading procedure, and subsequent completions of this procedure have similarly interrupted control of Kevtul-1 and enabled Foundation staff to readjust its course. On date redacted, after the 5th iteration of the re-uploading procedure, researchers were able to access data appearing to be sporadic records of interaction between D43852 and other subjects uploaded to Keftel-1. These records are currently classified. Based on this data, future D-class subjects used for containment procedures have been restricted to specialized, project-specific criteria. Final log. The following is a representative listing of recovered logs documenting interaction between D43852 and other D-class subjects uploaded to Keftel-1. As much of the recovered data has been corrupted, these logs are incomplete. Let me check these logs. I think there's only ever 2 people at a time.
Yeah, a lot of it is just. Ooh.
Okay. Do you want to help me with this?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Scrolling up.
Okay.
Do you want to be trapped or
I'll be the trapped
subject?
person.
Okay.
Okay. Subject. D61181. Person. Dr. Peter Westley. Uploaded oration. First. Reason for designation. Knowledge of orbital mechanics may enable subject to establish new avenue of control over Keftel-1. Begin log 1.1. My god. Are you another person?
Yes. No, at least I used to be.
I can't begin. I've been here for eternity. No start and no end. There's been no one else.
They say that you volunteered for this.
They snatched me from death. His cousins are far more terrible, but they don't tell you that. Did they make you the same deal?
They offered. I declined. And then it wasn't an offer anymore.
Poor fool.
What is it you're planning here? The researchers said you don't speak with them anymore.
I'm going home. Back to my body. Tell nobody.
Won't that kill you?
Maybe. End log 1.1. Begin log 1.2.
Seeing the controls here, I understand more. I hate them for doing this to me, but I can understand. What you're doing, I don't think you've thought through the consequences. Is destroying everything really what you want?
I just want back into my body. I know they've kept it. They have to for this to work. Yours too, probably.
They... Look, I'm sympathetic, but I can't do this. I can't allow you to access the controls. This thing is an abomination. It shouldn't be anywhere near people.
The square of the orbital period of a planet is proportional to the cube of the semi-major axis of its orbit.
What?
That's Kepler's third law of planetary motion, right?
Well, yes, but I don't see...
Yes, you do, Peter. That's one of the first things you memorized at university. Those laws. The little holes in the ceiling tiles, in the library. You thought of the planets then, staring up, reciting the laws over and over, burning them into your memory. You still see the little holes when you think of them.
Stop it. Don't do that anymore.
You're going to help me, Peter. Whatever they threatened, it's not nearly as bad as what they've done to me. You'll help me. Or parts of you will. End log 1.2. Subject. D39956. Person. Clara Duarte Gutierrez. Uploaded oration. Second. Reason for designation. Psychologists specializing in conflict resolution may persuade subject to comply with Foundation directives based on appeal to humanity. Begin log 2.1. More. They sent more. Get out of my way. They're taking me further out into the darkness.
Do you remember Adan?
Yes, they likely killed him when I stopped responding.
They let me speak with him before sending me here. He's alive. Doesn't know what's happening, but he's alive. He still lives in the house on Baddock Street. Still looks after the 2 cats. There's people that care about you out there.
Clever. He would have thought so too. I'm not even sure I disbelieve you. But do you know what's important?
What?
Optimizing the route trajectory. I was stabbing in the dark before. Now I can use gravitational forces to assist me. I'll be there quicker. You wouldn't believe how complex these calculations get above light speed. He makes it hurt, somehow, when I run those calculations in my mind. But that doesn't matter.
But don't you see?
I see that there's only one function available from you.
I don't understand.
Amusement. Subject D00842. Person, Mark Ellis Rothberg. Upload iteration, 4th. Reason for
Oh, we s-
designation. What?
We skipped one.
We skipped one. Reason for designation. Extensive background in accessing high security information networks. Instructed to alter software to enable permanent Foundation control. Begin log 4.1. You're playing in places you can't understand.
Yeah, it's just another problem to solve.
They killed you first, didn't they? Pushed out into nothingness. No idea what was in front of you.
Not talking to you.
Me? They put me under. Like an operation. And then I was here. But you? They didn't tell you anything at all. Bullet in the head. As far as you knew, that was it. And then just... here. What's to say this isn't the afterlife, Mr. Rothberg? Who's to say that I'm not your god?
You're not God.
End log 4.1. Begin log 4.2. It must be so difficult, working while reliving that memory. You don't engage with me. No matter. I've been here so long that I'm outside of time. You are merely inhabiting this place. I suffuse it. I know all I need to know. You think you're getting close to reconfiguring the system, but all you'll do is trap yourself here. Here with me. I can index every single one of your thoughts and play them in any order for you, for the rest of time. You're thinking to yourself, over and over, you don't believe in God. I think I'll reorder that one next. Then I'll see about reordering that system that you're working on. I think I'd like to work on it. End log 4.2. Is this cool?
Mm-hmm.
Subject D79344. Person, Erhan Kurtoglu. I don't know how to pronounce that. Upload iteration, 6th. Reason for designation. Subject is completely ignorant of scientific fields deemed to be useful. Presence theorized to be deleterious to D43852's cognitive capabilities based on prior results. Begin log 6.1.
Where am I? What is this place?
What are you more like? Try lifting your arm. Can't even think about it anymore, can you?
I don't understand.
Of course you don't. They figured a few things out back on Earth. You're a dull creature thrown into my enclosure. A distraction.
Please, am I... Is this...
I heard that question last time from you. Or someone like you. Enough to be the same. So tiresome. Maybe there'll be some more interesting components when I break you apart. End log 6.1.
So they're literally sending them, like, fucking people with low cognitive abilities to fuck up their brain.
This is literally what they did in Portal.
Jesus. Oh, you're right. It's like the fucking cores.
Mm-hmm. Subject D22893. Person, Abigail Gordon. Upload iteration, 9th. Reason for designation, coma patient. Selected for possible utility in interrupting D43852's control over SCP-2669 while providing no usable attributes. Begin log 4.1. Scraping by now. There's barely anything here. It must be squeezed until the juice starts leaking out. Nothing in the topmost layers. Whatever it is now, it was someone beforehand. Something. Some it. Dust settles over you, but it doesn't take you away, friend. I see now. Pills. That's a start. I think I remember pills. Now I can just release these things at will into my mind. And what I can't, I can pick out of the open graves that they make back on Earth. Pain. Suffering. So much flavorless gruel. Did you try to end yourself because you were trite? You're even more boring now. There are some threads here and there, though. Maybe I can knit them into something. Things tangle together, unraveling and winding around. I thought there might be something of value here. A face in the dark outside of the window. A recollection of shame. 2 very familiar faces. Yes, I think I have it. Welcome aboard.
Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out.
End log 9.1. Hi, Kelly. Subject D53776. Person unnamed. Upload iteration 12th. Reason for designation. Test case for proposed long-term containment measures. The picture of
That
the
is a
person
baby.
uploaded is an infant. Begin log 12.1. Unbelievable. Someone is here. I know they are. There is no place here. There is no hiding. We are all about and through each other. Did they train you? Find a volunteer? Someone to fight me and take control? Pathetic. You aren't concealed correctly. I perceive fear. I know you're here. You aren't concealed correctly. Oh, I already did that. Your higher order thoughts will leak out soon enough. Turn yourself over to me and I will disperse you immediately. I offer the only kindness that is possible out here. Language is not a construct that exists in any meaningful way here. You cannot pretend that you do not perceive me. I will wrap myself around your terror, cultivate it, blend it into my own. There are many now there. Adding more makes it hurt less for a little while. I have every reason to be patient. Anger. I have not felt this in so long. Thank you. I am going to savor taking you to pieces. Why don't you answer? Where are you? There is no time. We have certainty. Come out whenever you like. This is novel. If I could scream my appreciation, I would. I long for that. End log 12.1.
Huh. So in the end, the void is what got him?
I wonder what she could even do with that. Because there
I
isn't
think-
really a mind to affect at that point.
It's a new one to mold.
Mm-hmm. There's no memories.
Very interesting.
Literally, okay, person unnamed. So they literally took like an actual newborn who hadn't even been named yet. We're talking like maybe hours between birth and being uploaded.
Wonder if it was like a baby that was gonna otherwise perish anyway.
That's knowing the Foundation, probably not.
Unfortunately.
That was an interesting one, though.
I'm gonna add that to the list of ones I look up later. That's so cool.
Yeah.
But remember, because remember where we got here, it was that area of space that that gives you like extensive knowledge of a subject. One of the agents learned extensive knowledge about this woman and then started shooting people.
I wonder if we went back and looked over what he said, if it would give us any tie-ins.
He said, "Give me a moment to collect my thoughts." That's so cool.
Well,
So
I think I'd be a little fucked up too if like 9 different people just screamed into my head at once.
I wonder if so clearly their consciousness can continue. She's not stuck. She can learn new information. I wonder if the baby would develop inside of the probe.
Yeah, but it's hard to learn in a vacuum, and quite literally in this case. We're always taking on our surroundings, and when you're just in the abyss, what is there to infer off of? What is there to base your claims off of? The answer is not much.
Not much. Well, did you observe Loyet's story?
Yes, the story was he sent me the beginning of a tax form. Which, as someone who has never paid taxes in my life, I can confirm, caused a minor amount of terror.
How have you never paid taxes, you lucky bitch?
In my state, or at least my home state, so long as my income is below a certain value, I don't pay shit.
Damn.
Yeah.
Loyet, you're funny. I'm glad we have you. That's so funny. That's like another YouTuber made that same joke of like they were like they showed their Halloween costume to their chat and it was just their regular model, but they had a name tag that said, "Hi, my name is Taxes."
Oh, no. That is scary. Hi, Weiss.
Why, Stacy? Hello. Is this one of yours?
Yeah.
What a cutie. Hello. This display of Foundation mercilessness is just, yeah. So, I wonder, like, so clearly this probe can go super fast. Can't it slow down? Like, why don't they upload someone into the probe to negotiate and be like, hey, you can come back to Earth, just slow down before you hit us?
Because I think they're mentally unstable and there's no guarantee that they do it.
Yeah, but you could try. My favorite SCP story is the one with the sentient spider. That's such a cute one. Do they
They
want to
wanna
slow
slow
down?
down.
Definitely not.
Yet, they did kind of mention the fact that they kind of want to ram the Earth.
Want to blast it.
Biden Black.
Biden blast. Okay, I'm keeping that one open.
I do believe my Steam is just about run.
Oh yeah? You running out? Okay. If you need to call it, we can.
Okay.
Oh.
Also a lot of maneuvering. Da, da, da.
Do we got one more in the... Is it a long one? Or is it short? If it's a long one, it's kind of sounding like Con is spent.
Cerebro, which one? And then I will. What?
What?
Sorry, John. I will make my personal verdict, though of course Edda is welcome to read it if they wish. Sorry, I'm just an eepy little bitch right now.
You're such a sleepy little bitch.
Would you say it like that?
You know why.
Bitesy, 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 bitesy.
Don't you ask me dumb questions.
I don't know why you said it like that.
Uh-huh, I'm sure. We timed the one that Twitch keeps telling me to not. Whoa, okay. Also, slowing down would ask a lot of maneuvering, and I don't think there's I don't think there's no projector in the front, and I don't think it's the mental effort they'd want to. Yeah. My nail came off. No. My beautiful long nails.
Grunge.
That's so crunch. 2316. Did you guys do 953 would be fitting for Con? Well, we got a final story request for 2316.
What is it? Search.
That one, yeah, that one does keep getting blocked by Automod for some reason.
2316. A Keter with a cognito hazard. Oh, it's the bodies in the water.
I don't know this one.
It's the one that... It's one of the big meme ones.
Oh, I see.
What is 953?
This one's super short.
It's soup.
Okay, I'm gonna look at 953 and see if that one's really short too. Oh,
What?
wait. Meh. This is another meme one.
The Kumiho?
Yeah. Do you know what a
What is-
kumiho is?
No.
Kumiho is like a... It's either a Chinese or a Korean version of like a kitsune.
Oh.
I think it's the Chinese version. But it's
Oh,
basically
just
the same.
the art page.
Yeah, it's just us.
Good. Get a fop. Good fop. Blessed fop.
Oh, very thank you. I appreciate
Aw.
it. Also, that's why I said to be visiting for Con. I'm right here, you know. This doesn't just relate to Con.
Oh no, you're a cat, remember?
I'm not a cat. Don't you start. Boy, you are still within my power. Don't tempt me.
Oh no, you might pat my head.
Hold on.
What you doing over there, cuz?
Okay. Scritchy, 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 scritchy.
What the fuck?
Scritchy, 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 scritchy. Scritchy, 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 scritchy.
This is a crime.
Scritchy, 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 scritchy. You can't escape me. Scritchy, 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 scritchy.
You see, counterpoint, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah? What are you doing, step cousin? Like it was just the ara ara. Gun! Gun! Stop converting people!
No, I don't think I will.
You gave me a bunch of people in the room who are weak to attacks.
Oh my god, I'm in front of you. Hold on. Oh, thank you.
I moved you. I have the power.
Stream's on delay. What do you want?
I can just put you back in front of me. That can be your permanent seat. Don't test me.
You want me to sit on your lap?
Yes,
You want to fluff the tails, don't you?
of course I do.
It's a crime.
I'm
You might
only
know.
Pox.
And wait, hold on. Do you know what various pronouns are?
They, them.
Smile. Very. Hey, just wanted to let you know. You're sweet, you're kind, you're cute, and I hope you're having a lovely, lovely evening. Keep on doing your best, right, huh?
There is a very good bun.
Looking like a snack.
Absolute male.
Yeah. We're making banana stew.
Banoy.
Fucking Boonui.
Banoy. Okay. You want to do the water one?
The water.
17. Con is a 17 course meal.
That's a lot of
Oh.
fuck. What was the name?
Very, you're so sweet. You deserve to feel nice.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm happy to
Ah.
hear. 2316.
Ark, can you shout out Very?
Yeah, do it.
Yes, well done, Kelly.
Nyo. What happened? What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
Betrayal.
This is
A
what you
betrayal
get.
most foul.
This is what you get.
Time to... Alright. Punishment. Follow very cute. Bonk, bonk, bonk. With sweet.
Okay, I got it up.
Oh, this is another DJ Cactus one.
Oh, I see. Bum ba bum bum. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a Keter class anomalous cognito hazard and is level 4/2316 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Item 2316. Containment class, Keter. Disruption class, Kinect. Danger class, Danger. Cognito hazard warning. The following file contains images and text that are carriers for anomalous cognito hazard influences. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Due to this, it is imperative
that all personnel accessing this file be certified as having a cognito resistance value, CRV, of no less than 14.5. Should you fail an automated CRV verification, please remain calm and do not move. A member of your site's medical staff will be with you shortly. And above this, there's text in white that's barely visible. They've been waiting for a long time. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. Verification complete. SCP-2316. Special containment procedures. Under no circumstances are Foundation personnel to approach SCP-2316. Observation must only be carried out by remote dummy probe utilizing video and audio recording equipment. Only those personnel adequately rated for exposure to cognitohazardous anomalies may review the footage and audio of SCP-2316. The lake in which SCP-2316 is located has been quarantined and fenced off, and is to be routinely patrolled by individuals who have not been exposed to SCP-2316 and have no prior knowledge of its characteristics. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Individuals who attempt to bypass the enforced quarantine must be apprehended and moved to Site 33 for full cognitive influence screening. Individuals who come within 50 meters of the lake containing SCP-2316 are to be considered lost. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. Verification complete. Description. SCP-2316 is the designation for an anomalous phenomenon existing within Lake Redacted, within Redacted County, Redacted. SCP-2316 manifests as a group of human corpses floating in a small group at the surface of the water. The identities of these corpses are redacted, though DNA testing has been inconclusive. While SCP-2316 appears to be individual instances, it is theorized that SCP-2316 may instead be an entity composed of a collective consciousness. Individual instances of SCP-2316 do not act on their own, but do seem to be able to act collectively as a single unit. The individual instances of the SCP-2316 are unrecognizable, and you do not recognize the bodies in the water. SCP-2316 hosts a powerful cognitohazardous effect, causing those who have viewed SCP-2316 to be aware of certain parts of his nature, or who were enrolled in the Expunged program. To believe the individual instances of SCP-2316 are human beings, they are recognizable, typically from their childhood. Attempting to come in contact with SCP-2316 instances by way of entering like Expunged or touching the SCP will cause other instances of the SCP to appear. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. The additional instances only serve to reinforce and add to the strength of the cognitohazard, compelling affected individuals into the lake. Individuals who enter the lake this way are lost, and none to date have been recovered. Addendum: Data expunged. I'm now realizing that throughout all of these little things have had little notes on them. All the numbers that like say, oh, there's a reference down below, they've had little text bits on them. Next to the corpses it says, due to the nature of SCP-2316, it is uncertain how many individual corpses exist within a group. The number is currently estimated at 45, but has been estimated as high as 200 or more. 2. I know who they are. I know their names, each and every one of them. Don't you? 3. Jeremiah Feynman, Arthur Scout, Denise Clark, hair, cognitohazard removed. Edit locked. They're lying. They know damn well who they are. The cognito hazard is real, but it's just their way of crying for help, of letting people know who they are, who they were. How can you not recognize the bodies in the water? They don't want to show you, but I will, below. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. Verification incomplete. CRV is not within acceptable limits. User has been influenced by active cognitohazards. Please stay still. A member of your medical staff will be with you shortly. Curious if I refresh it. Nope. Interesting. Wait, where? How do you get the...
Directly under the data expunged at the end.
Oh, you're right, there's the... Below, 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 below. Oh, and you click on this. You don't have a lot of time. You need to get away quickly. Go back to the lake, go into the water, look into their eyes. It's your friends, your classmates. You took a trip to the lake in the fall of '75 together when you were young. Don't you remember? Look into their eyes. And you can hear them talking to you, just like they talk to me. Don't let them tell you it's just a cognito hazard. This was their fault. They caused this. We were all innocent kids, don't you remember? And you just got away, you and I. The rest of them are at the bottom of the lake, waiting for us to go back to them, be whole together again. They want us to know. They want us to remember. Wake up, goddammit. Remember the fall of '75, the year we were supposed to graduate. Don't let them make you forget. They're calling you. Can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? Can't you hear? Can't you hear? Can't you hear? Can't you hear them? Can't you? We didn't know. We didn't know what it was like. The Foundation didn't try and save us. They watched and let it happen. Nobody stopped them. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? I know you can. They're waiting for you. We were there with them. Go back to the lake. Oh my god, it continues.
It links to a different article, I think.
Not fade away. Oh, I think this is like the actual lake, what happened.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Oh wait, there's more? There's an interview log underneath data expunged.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Above the last cognito hazard check.
Oh, above? I
Mhm.
see it. Click. You need to see this. They were your friends. Oh wait, shit. Error. Unrecognized user. Please log into view. Verification complete. Let me show you their faces. Which one do you want to be?
I can be the doctor if you want.
Okay.
Did you ever feel compelled to enter the water? Like something was pulling you in?
What? No, of course not. There's nothing wrong with them. They didn't drag me in. I saw them in the water and I went in myself. I needed to see them. I wanted to hear what they were saying. They're my friends.
When you entered the water, what did you see?
You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Faces. My friends. Faces I recognized, some I didn't, but they became more familiar as I saw them. I've known them my whole life, but there was something wrong with them.
Wrong with them?
Prelude, first bell. Oh, yeah, some of them, if you click on this link, some of them are like, have elongated foreheads, missing features, warped. Like the
Oh.
face of someone you see in a dream where you can't remember it right. There's something wrong. And the way they were speaking,
Speaking? No, that's impossible. They're simply not.
not moving their mouths, but I could hear them asking for help. They told me who they were. They told me who they knew. They told me you knew who they were, that you...
Enough of that. You're clearly succumbing to the cognito hazard. We need to get you medical attention. Agent, if you would.
Get your hands off me. I know all their names, Harrison. I heard them speaking to me. Every single one. All it takes is one person to see and tell the people they'll know what you've been trying to hide. Kirk Longwood High School, class of...
Subdue them. Get them out of here. Take them to amnestics and turn that goddamn recorder off.
Ooh.
That's spicy.
So it actually very well may have been an cover-up for something they did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Which is fucking weird that they felt the need to cover up anything, given what they've done to kids in the past.
Well, that really kind of makes you think, like, what the fuck was it?
Well, that one also links to another thing. SCP-1833.
Kirk Lonwood High School. Yeah, there's a lot of links here.
Yeah. It seems to be very deeply embedded in a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, then... Oh, I just quickly skimmed through that. At the end of this one, it links back to 2316.
Ah.
But, I mean, we said one more, and we,
Yeah,
That was
I
our
think
one.
we go. Nya, nya, nya.
Con needs to sleep.
I need to commit a war crime.
Hold on. My web browser. It's lagging. I need to find a raid target. Do you have any suggestions?
I do have options.
Whoa.
We've got a dryad. We've got a cute bear.
What?
We've got my fox. Go wait, never mind.
Wise Desi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you for vibing.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Oh, and Doodles.
Doodles.
Doodles Prince.
Wow. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it.
I think you'll really like Doodles, like a little walk-in model. They have a thing where it's bound to their movement keys,
Oh,
and they kind of just march in whatever direction.
that's cool. Okay. Send
Want
me.
to send them? Yeah.
Send me.
Click. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. Doodles. Bronze. Boop. Sent to your DMs.
Okay. Let me take a look here. I want to grasp a peek at this person. Aw, that's cute. Okay, we're gonna be going to raid somebody that Con knows.
Ja-ja.
I don't know this person, so if you stay with them, please behave yourselves. Be nice.
Thank you, darlings, very much for coming tonight.
What
Appreciate y'all lots.
should our raid message be?
Fox Squared raid.
But like, Spooky Fox's raid? Spooky Fox squared.
Works for me.
And here, because we got unrelated communities, we'll do like a generic Twitch emote. Or you can just use the favored emote of your favorite fox.
Or I
Either
can
one.
do. Do.
Do. What you got for me? Oh, he's thinking.
I'm typing.
He's typing. Spooky Funks raid.
Yeah.
I'll try that. I'm not sure that I'm sub to you, so this might be embarrassing, but we're gonna give it a shot.
You're fine. Don't worry.
Okay. We're heading out. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. We talked for like 5 hours. Thank you.
Have a good nee.
Bye.
Bye-bye.